Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Guess who it is? It's me! Here we go! Bonus stream, everybody! We're gonna play that awesome game right over there, Astroneer! Because we got some Star Seeker coming up, everybody. I wasn't sure I was going to do a bonus stream. I was setting up a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes. We're going to do a Star Seeker stream override on Thursday. So instead of doing Fallout 4, we're going to be doing Star Seeker. Bunch of other stuff lined up for this week as well. Holy mackerel, I got so much stuff. But in the meantime, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat right over here if you can see and hear me. And of course, I've got Astroneer up and the thing. Look at all that stuff we got going. That's not a screenshot. That's live right there. That's my actual game with a whole bunch of stuff going on in there. Now, what I was doing, everybody, is showing you guys how to basically crush this game and get it going straight away. Now, we're on day 4, I think, and we've already got all of our high-end stuff, our nanocarbon alloy, all of that stuff running. And one of the things that we did do is we set up a whole bunch of auto extraction so it can extract the high-end resources, so we can then use those high-end resources to build bigger and better stuff, right? And tonight we're going to go ahead and start a bit on the MEGATECH because what we're going to do is get that started and then, of course, try out Star Seeker. That's going to be an open beta. I'm not sure how long that's going to be going for. But I do know that it starts on again Thursday, and I'll let everybody else play it during the day, and I'll play it during the nighttime. But it's supposed to come out at 8 a.m. Pacific time, which is around 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So again, you guys are welcome to check it out over there on the open beta. You can go over there and typing over here on my other monitor. There we go. You can go over there and sign up for the open beta and try it out. If you want to try it out with me, let me know. We'll go in and I'll get it started first. First, what I'll do before I get the crew together is just go in and get a little gist of the game first, and then we'll go ahead and see if we get the crew together. I'd probably say about an hour or two in as well. I also have a whole bunch of other stuff lined up potentially for Friday. And of course, playing some 7 Days to Die with my crew on Saturday, Sunday. So, gonna be a crazy week here. Also, I have to run out and do a bunch of stuff today too. So, I thought, well, we'll get a little bit of time in on Astroneer. I'll go do all that other stuff, and hopefully that'll finally all be taken care of. And then I can get back to streaming and doing all the stuff that I'm trying to do. Again, I live a very busy life, everybody. Lots of stuff to do, just not enough me time to go around. Not enough of Kismet time to get in there and get it done. But we're going to get it going, everybody. We're going to have some fun playing some Astroneer. And, of course, bam, we got Paul right there in the chat. There he is. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate all the constant support and being the first person I usually see in chat each time. Thanks for bringing in that Kismet love train. There we go, getting it going. We got Blitz in the chat as well. What's up, Blitz? How you doing tonight or this morning, depending on where you guys are at? For me, it's morning time. It's about 2:40 in the morning. Getting it going over here again. I usually work on a bunch of other stuff, like I was sending out a bunch of notices that we're going to be playing Starseeker and all that other stuff. Doing all that stuff. And, of course, that stuff takes time. You got to get the graphics. You got to put the graphics together. You got to make thumbnails. You got to do all that stuff. It is quite involved. And then 100 other things I was working on as well. But that's okay. We got that stuff squared away for now. I mean, I could just keep going and going. I mean, there's a never-ending list of things that I want to work on. That's why I never get bored, everybody. I always have something to do. Always. Always have something to do, something I want to work on. But I do try to balance it between, okay, I'm going to work on this stuff, and then also I'm going to go and I'm going to stream, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that, I'm going to take care of the IRL. You know how it goes, everybody. Balancing what you're doing is very vitally important. Definitely. We got Whis coming in with the 1 as well. What's up, Whis? Thanks for chilling out in the channel. We got Tab also bringing in the hype. Look at that. Thank you very much. I appreciate you bringing that in. Also, a bunch of love right there. Thanks for chilling out. Whis also with the 1. We got Paul, we got Adam, we got Peter, we got Tab. Wow, look at that 5 times combo right there. And Blitz also making it a 6-time combo. Let me go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiz Caps. I'm ready just to dive right in, everybody. Again, since we only have so much time, I'm going to run out of time. So we need to dive right in and get it going. Here we go. All right, get some hydration going. And here we are, everybody. Oh, good timing. There you go, everybody. There you go. Got yourself some Kiz Caps from Tab right there, redeeming his Make It Rain. See, that's how you perfect time it there. Nice job. In fact, I'm going to give you an extra 1,000 Kiz Caps to everybody in the chat. For Tab, just crushing that timing. Very nice. Very nice. Now, as you can see, everybody, I am in my primary base here on Sylvia, which is your first planet that you're on. Now, we can go through and do a bunch of quests. I have done them in the past over here. And they do unlock a lot of cool stuff. Like right here, we can unlock a QRTG, all sorts of additional schematics, and a whole bunch of other stuff as well. Well, we've done that in the past, including finishing the entire playthrough of Glitchwalkers and all the stuff in the game. But what we wanted to do was, of course, just start brand new, go as fast as we can, see if we can get to the higher end stuff. And you can see we got some big stuff over here, right? We got the big batteries here. We've got our solar collectors and our wind collectors there. And we transitioned from these smaller canisters to the very large ones, as you can see. Well, actually, semi-large ones. There's ones that are even bigger than those. That's right. So we've got a ton of those going. And, of course, we've set up all of our printing and conversion. And over here, we've set up our... wow, that's done. I actually let that run up the last stream. And that has filled that up with 400 compound right now. Now, before I actually mess with that, I want to loop that so it doesn't loop, and then we'll just pull that out of there. And that is a tremendous amount of that. All right, and we probably want to just go get a small one over here of these canisters and just bring that back over here. I guess I'll turn my sound on. There we go. And we'll just put that in there. I always forget to turn the thing first. All right, we'll put that in there, and then we'll just pull all that stuff off the table. Now, this actually has a place to go. That is right over here. Boom. There we go. And that's over here. Now, over here, it is converting. hate it when it does that. I don't want it to do that. It's been converting a lot of this organic into carbon. You can see that carbon is filled up, everybody. That's 400 carbon right there. Now I'm going to turn this off so it doesn't accidentally put it onto the table. I'm going to pull this one out, which is just a placeholder. Then we're going to put that right there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to run our plastic, right? So while we're doing other things, plastic is going to be running. So, and this one's the easiest of the ones, other than this one over here. This one's pretty easy too. Wow, that's full too. Again, I let that stuff run while we were off stream, everybody. Again, sometimes I just let it run so that when we come in, we're ready. This is what I suggest you do, everybody. You get all this stuff set up, you let it run, you go watch a movie, you have a sandwich, do whatever you want to do, let it run, and when you come back, bam, you're going to have tons and tons of resources. Like right now, we have 16 plastic, but if we go ahead and run the compound and run out the carbon, it's going to go ahead and process all of this to as much plastic as it possibly can. I'm going to go ahead and turn this back on again because then it will go ahead and grab all that and keep that going. So it's going to constantly feed that stuff through there. Like that. Very nice. And it's going to go ahead again and convert all of that into there. Now, the other one here is our copper and aluminum. I could have sworn we had some aluminum somewhere. Where did we put that? We got graphene right there. Holy moly. Copper and titanium. We want the copper here. Okay. Take our copper and we'll put it over here. Now, one of the things we can do is we can go ahead and transfer from here to the larger one. So if we just output there, it'll automatically go into that larger one. What we've got so far. And then we want to get our aluminum. And we probably got that laying around. It looks something like the titanium there. Oh, more copper. Okay, we'll get that copper there. Man, I could have sworn that we got some aluminum, and I'm sure it's sitting around here somewhere. Again, this is why I'm organizing it in the first place. Yeah, there it is. I'm organizing it so it has a place to go. So when I need that particular thing, it'll be right there. So again, we'll pull this one out, check and see if that one's set to input, and then turn it this way. And then, like that, there we go. And then we'll just go ahead and transfer that into there. Oh, look out! Paul coming in with a massive 63 months of Prime sub love, everybody. Show some love in the chat. Again, everybody, when people show love here in the stream, if they sub, donate, all that kind of stuff, I want you guys to go in there and show them lots of love because we take that love, we amplify it, we send it right back out across the internet, everybody. That's your job in the chat. Let's go. Let's get it going. Yeah, 63 hype there, Paul. Yeah, big time, big time. Look at that. Bam. Thanks so much for that continued love. Appreciate you supporting the stream, man. All right, we'll go ahead and spin these around. So I like to have the outputs this way so I can see if the outputs are running. And then over here, we, of course, have some aluminum alloys. So we have a total of 25 aluminum. Right now, 2 copper. Let's go ahead and get it going. Again, we'll get to our MEGATECH here in a bit. We just want to go ahead and get this stuff squared away first because this is where we left off last time. And again, this is copper here. So we'll take the aluminum out of there. We'll put the copper in. Again, we'll just kind of consolidate our copper. There we go. Very nice. This right into there. And away it goes. Okay. Now, we actually have some copper running, which we can go and replace. How's our jetpack looking? We got a little solar thing on us there. Yeah, let's just put that over there for now. We need some hydrazine. So, whoa, yeah, I forgot. Wow, look at our big hydrazine canister right here. Wow, okay. We'll get that out of there. Then we're just going to grab this and fly our way out here. Now, there's also a whole bunch of rail systems and things like that we can use, and we can set that stuff up. But we're going to start with our MEGATECH stuff, and we're actually going to set it up off to the side because that MEGATECH is huge, everybody. It's massive. Now, we did do some of the MEGATECH already, so I do already know how to get the MEGATECH started. So we'll get into that here in just a moment. But let's go over here and see how our copper is doing. Now, this is not the greatest copper spot. We'll probably end up moving it, but for now, Oh, wow. We already have 2 gigantic containers over here. How convenient. All right. We need to give this a little nudge, nudge. There we go. That'll keep that going. We'll take this one here. We'll put that right there. We'll take this one with us. And away we go. Now, the jetpack is exceedingly useful, everybody. As you can see, we go up and over the mountainside. I love this shot right here when you're up above and you're just kind of getting that aerial view of what's going on. Now, one of the things is one of my jetpacks is about to run out. Here. See, but automatically put the hydrazine in there because I had it in my backpack. So that hydrazine automatically switched out and ended up in there. And again, we'll do a little bit of free falling. Boom, and then we'll hit that jetpack right at the end. There we go. Now, one of the things that I would do is I would decide if there is more copper in here than in here. By the way, also notice that this copper has already been converted because we are we're letting the thing automatically convert it. Oh, I should have probably ran one first before I walked away. It just dawned on me that we want to make sure that it's actually converting that copper. So we've got 5 copper in here, and we've got 134 in here. I would probably say that this one is more. So we'll go ahead and run this one out of there into there. And then we can reclaim our large canister. There we go. And then we'll put that one in there. And now what we have is we have 25 aluminum and 139 copper. And we'll go ahead and start that up. And that's going to go ahead and make a ton of aluminum alloy. And there we go. Now what we want to do is go ahead and fly over this way. We're going to go ahead and just put this right at our vehicle here. We're going to back up. Whee! Now we have the RTGs, everybody. The RTGs give you unlimited fusion power. That fusion power will allow you to basically run your stuff 24/7, right? Now what we're going to do is head over here to where we have our aluminum setup. And we're going to see if we have a ton of aluminum as well that we can go ahead and get going. I think, did we set this up so it's auto-converting the aluminum? Let's go see. We did! Oh my goodness. Holy mackerel. Look at that amount of aluminum we got there. Hoo-ah! Look at that, everybody. That is 400 aluminum. All right. I think we got that squared away. I'm just going to throw it out there in the universe. We're going to set that to input. There we go. We're going to also run our laterite back in. See, the great thing about having the laterite there as well is if this canister does fill up, you also get the raw resource. Get a little nudge, nudge. There we go. Look how much lower it is now, everybody. Look at that. And then the reason why that is because it does actually extract a good amount and then starts to diminish the node. Now we got to actually go in, unlock this one a little bit. Oh, why is it being awkward? There we go. We got to kind of aim this a little bit more that way. There we go. So our auto arm can reach the laterite that's outputting. And again, I block the top with an RTG at the top, and then it powers it. Plus, it also keeps it from going to the top where the auto arm sometimes can't find it. But that is pretty awesome. We'll definitely take this, and we've got to go ahead and put all these in here. And we'll let those continue to output, let that continue to run, and it's going to keep collecting that to a massive degree. So again, so when you set it and forget it like that, everybody, you just show up later, bam, tons and tons of resources. And again, everybody, I did let it run after the stream. I can't even remember how long I let it run. I think I dozed off. So it was like, I don't know, 5 hours of it running while I was just taking a nap. There's some stuff over this way. I see a battery as well. What the heck? Oh, this is my extraction of... Whoa! Oh, my goodness. Look at that. 400 almost glass right there. Holy moly. All right, let's fire that right back up again. Get that going again. Again, it's converting the glass there. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. We'll come back for that. We'll let that completely fill. That'll just take another few minutes. And we'll have our glass as well. And again, we're getting glass, and then what we'll do is actually have it just collect the quartz, because you need both the glass and the quartz as well. So yeah, now we've got our aluminum over here, and we're just trying to max all of our resources. Now the reason why we're doing that is so it makes it easier for us to do our MEGATECH, right? We'll go ahead and stop this here for just a second. We'll go ahead and let these run out onto the table there. Take this one and maybe just, there we go. And take that out. And now we have an insane amount of these. There we go. Probably not going to be able to do those without running a few of these over here first. Oh, okay. Or you can just drop it in the back there if you want to. Awkward. Awkward. Okay. We'll probably need to just pull these out and we'll just put these back in. Or we'll have a grab it. There we go. And then we'll run that out there. Run that out there. Let that run a little bit. Again, what we're trying to do is fill it up with a bunch of aluminum alloys. And we're trying to fill up with a bunch of plastic. We already got a bunch of rubber going. So each of those converted resources, we're trying to max those out. Now, the one we really have a problem with that we didn't get to last time is our tungsten. So we definitely want to get our tungsten going and getting that massively extracting. We're going to need a couple tables for that. We're going to need some extractors. We're going to need all those kind of things. Luckily, we got an extractor right here. That'll get us started. We're going to need some tables. So let's get over here to our tables. Look at this, everybody. Nanocarbon alloy to the tune of 45 of them suckers sitting right there. Let's see. We also have our larger canisters already ready to go. Let's just go ahead and move those over here. I'm sure we're going to need those in just a moment when we go to do our tungsten. There we go. We have graphene over here. What were we doing? Oh, we were backlogging. Whoa, 275 ought to do it. 275 of our nitrogen here. Like so. There we go. We're going to run out our graphene. We're going to run out our titanium. We're going to run out our nitrogen. And what that's going to do is create a ton of titanium alloy. It'll grab the titanium alloy, feed it over here, and then what it will do is continue to make that nanocarbon alloy. There we go. And we let that run for a while as well, so we'd have all those gases ready to go. And you can see over here, it's also got the steel ready to go. Now, sometimes what I'll do is I'll just have it backlog a ton of steel and backlog a bunch of titanium alloy. But you can also just have it do it one at a time, just as it needs it, so it's not just burning the whole thing up. As you can see, sometimes you need actual titanium, not the titanium alloy itself. So, good to have that. And, of course, we got an auto arm. Man, we got a bunch of good stuff. We have all of our, we have a massive amount of RTGs over here. Look at this. Woo, mama. That's a lot of RTGs. This, I think we can just go ahead and put over here into our little scrappy. There we go. Scrap that up. Let that stuff rock and roll over there. What do we got over here? We've got titanium alloy, which is, hey, that's what we need in there. Watch this little trick, everybody. You can actually keep it going while it's processing by just having that run out, and it will grab it off of the canister itself and place that in there, too. So it'll basically kind of go back and forth. So it'll do one and then the other, or it'll just use whatever it can find in the moment. So as this one finishes, we'll see, is it going to finish the thing first, or is it going to grab the canister first? It finished that right at that time. So again, if it does run out or whatever, it'll have extra there and get that done. Explosive powder, we can just kind of set this off to the side for now. We're going to come back to that. We got a bunch of soil in here that we can go ahead and transfer over here. Set this to input. Set that to output. There we go. We're going to transfer all that soil into our very large fluid and soil canister here. I just love how it does it itself, everybody. I really love the automation in this game. Very, very fun. Can't wait to try out all the new stuff in Starseeker. Good morning, Crimson Knight. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. This is a bonus stream, everybody. This is a stream on top of my normal streams. And these bonus streams, everybody, they usually start at unusual times. Because I'm usually doing other things as well, like, prepping a whole bunch of stuff for Starseeker and a bunch of other games that we're going to be playing. So it's working on that for a bit. All right, large resource canister. We've got a couple large resource canisters. We got this. Let's see. How many launches do we have here? 6 launches. So we need some hydrazine from over here. And we're going to zoom in to make this a little easier. There we go. And more hydrazine over there. I can only imagine how much hydrazine that we have over back at Caldor. We'll stop by and see how it's doing. There we go. All right, now we don't have to carry a bunch of hydrazine with us, though we should probably throw a few in our backpack just for our jetpack. There we go. And then we'll bring our RTGs. There we go. And maybe leave one hydrazine. Take the auto arm with me as well. Let's see. We want to start our tables going over here. What are we missing? Some iron. Okay. We probably have some iron laying around. What do we got over here? We got zinc. We've got... And this one, ceramic. Okay. Oh, and more ceramic here. 19 and 15. Not quite enough to combine those, but that's okay. We'll run those out. I like to run them out so you can just visually see them. I'm a very visual person. So you just visually see what's in those canisters versus trying to remember what the heck they were. Oh, man, look at that. 65 nanocarbon alloy now. That means we can make 65 RTGs over here. That's a lot of them. Okay, we got a thing over there we can blow up if we need some more of those. Oh, iron is what I was doing. Alright, so we're going to snag a little bit of iron from over here, like so. We're just going to drop that over there. There's 2, there's 3, and there is 4. Now, the reason why we need 4 of them is we're going to do 2 tables. One to basically hold the power, and then the other one to kind of manage it. So what we want to do is kind of think ahead. Oh, it's right here. There's a whole bunch of iron already on there. I forgot. All right, well, then we'll just run that out then. We'll run a bunch of that out. There was already iron there. Look at me already ahead of the game. All right, then we'll put this over here so we can remember where that is next time. We'll also take this and turn it to something that's not using resin. There we go. It'll put that resin back. This over here, same thing. We'll turn it to something that it doesn't need anything. There we go. Just to kind of close that down, put those resources back up here. Now I'm using a giant large silo B to hold all the smaller ones, the medium storage silos, and that allows you to put a bunch of random resources in there for different things that you might be producing. So we're going to go ahead and go here and say, you know what, make as many of these as you possibly can. It'll run off and do its thing. We're going to go ahead and grab our atmosphere condenser and actually just kind of tuck it out of the way. And we'll let all that stuff run. Very nice, very nice. What's the other thing we're working on over here? We had gotten our compound done. We had gotten this transferred. Let's put that back on there. There we go. What do we got? We got an extra compound there. We got a big boy canister here. I don't know why I have it turned the other way. Old table's turned around. But we did the stuff we wanted to do, right? We did compound. We did resin. Organic I don't need to do because I'm automatically extracting organic. We could do clay, we could do quartz, we could do graphite, ammonium, and then again back to compound. So really I don't need any of these. All of these are pretty good. I have the graphite being selected. Quartz, we're going to go ahead and switch that right now. Probably of all of these would be clay, right? Clay is the thing I probably have the least of. Along with ammonium, but ammonium is being extracted on another planet, so I don't really need to do that here. Though there is ammonium here, and I could extract it, run it over here, and I don't even need to go to the other planet to do it. But I think it's really easy to set it up on Caldor. There's usually very dense nodes of ammonium on Caldor. So you can set up multiple extractors on that node. In fact, we got to find a better one than we already are using. And the one we're using is only at half capacity. If we had one that was full capacity, holy mackerel, we'd be really rolling in the ammonium. So really the only thing I would say that I really need to work on is clay. And we could actually go and set up an extractor for clay and whatnot. But we'll just go ahead and say, you know what, go ahead and do your thing. In fact, we're going to go ahead and grab our clay from over here. While that's going ahead and doing its thing. And we're going to go ahead and run that in here. And that's what I call priming the canister, where you put one in there and then it knows, okay, only this thing can go in that particular thing. And so it's going to work on that. And then we'll grab our other clay here as well. And we'll just do the same thing with that, because that can hold 400 of that, everybody. It can hold a tremendous amount. Now, the one problem, though, is after it grabs the clay here, it's got to actually convert that clay into ceramic, right? So after we go ahead and do this, there we go. We're going to go ahead and set one of these to input for a second. Actually, we should probably stop this for a second. We're going to set this to input for just a second, and we're going to go ahead and actually put our canister up there. Nope. Going to be like that, are you? How about up here? Nope. We'll put it on there later. Now we need a forge over here. And we got that on? We do. Okay, so now what we want to do is basically convert some of this like this. And we'll let it convert a couple first. And I should have done this first so that I would have the smelting furnace to convert the resources. But that's okay. We'll go ahead and keep going. Now, we only have 35 of 400 in our canister here. Now, again, we're trying to set up a whole bunch of stuff. Let it run while we're doing other things. We'll have a bunch of backlog of resources that we can then use for our MEGATECH. I highly recommend getting a great backlog of stuff. There we go. We're going to move this over just like this so we can kind of basically have it in row. It's going to generate it. It's going to convert it. And then it's going to put it right there in that canister. Now, we do need to make sure that this small canister is on there and that we have this set to output so that it can switch back and forth. And then we're going to go ahead and tell this to go ahead and loop again. Oh, let's put this. Oh, we already have a canister up there. I see. We already have a canister. So we'll want to pull this canister. There we go. So that doesn't get in the way. Okay, and that's going to go ahead and do its thing. And when that runs out of soil, it'll automatically go grab the soil, switch it over, make more clay, take the clay, convert it into ceramic, and before you know it, we'll have a massive amount. So we'll let that run. That's all good over there. Okay, now we're ready to go check in. Oh, we got to swap out. What do we got? We got an empty one laying somewhere. Wow, look at that. That carbon's full again. It was empty. Now it's at 400 again. All right, nice, nice. That's what we want to see. We already got one right here that's empty. All right, again, I'd rather not unpack it unless I need to because I might take it to another planet. All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and do some standard Kismet driving. Go right down here. And again, we're already having this pre-convert our quartz into glass. We have a maximum glass. We're going to go ahead and turn that off now. And we're going to set this to go in. There we go. Now, what we're going to do is go ahead and take all the quartz off of here that we can. Oh, I don't think we can. Not letting us take that quartz off of there. There we go. Pull some of this quartz if it lets us. No, it's not going to let us convert it. That's okay. We'll go ahead and put this up here. We'll grab this other container. Always like to replace a container with a container right over here. Now, we're really going to get crazy, everybody. We're actually going to fill both of these up with quartz. That's really going to be crazy. Again, we'll give it another little nudge, nudge. There we go. Make sure that it can reach that. And then we can also just take this off of here, I guess, and just put it over there. There we go. That'll give it plenty of room. This way, it'll take not only take this and put it in this one, but when this one's full, it'll take the quartz and it will put it on the table. And then you can see that it will automatically just throw it up there in that other one as well. And we'll just prime that up a bit. That's going to last a very, very long time. All right, there we go. We got our massive sums of 7. Again, only in 3 sessions, everybody. We've gotten to a point now where we're literally collecting hundreds of resources. Again, I'm showing you the ultimate progression in Astroneer to get you started for some Starseeker. Again, going to be very similar, but also some differences in Starseeker as well. And I can't wait to try it out, everybody. Going to be super fun. This Thursday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to do a stream override. And we're going to override our Fallout 4 for some Starseeker. And again, this is why some of my playthroughs take a really long time, everybody, because there's always some other cool game coming out while I'm trying to play the current game I'm trying to play. That's how it goes, everybody. That's how it goes. All right, let's go ahead and take this out of here. And put this over here because we're going to need those tables in a moment. Okay, we got all that going. We need our tungsten is the AO number 1. Look at all that stuff running. Holy mackerel. All right, let's go ahead and take care of business over here. let's get our tungsten going. Tungsten, the last of our primary resources that we need. Notice that I didn't do tungsten first. I definitely need more iron and titanium than I need tungsten. Tungsten is really easy, right? It's on the moon of Sylvia on Disolo. So here we go. Now I always put a green marker down that tells me, hey, this is where you landed before. This is pretty much where your base is or where you went underground. So we'll go around here and see if we see a green beacon. There it is right there. Okay, we know where to land. Here we go. Now the red one over there is typically means resources. And there we go. Now why do I have a thing up like that? I don't know why that's up there, but I'm going to take it out because that is awkward. Awkward. You like my little space magician? I love it. They have a lot of really cool stuff, by the way, in their little shop in here, everybody. They got a lot of cool stuff. See, I have this right here. Astromancy, actually, is what it's called. They got a little dragon one and whatnot. See, I don't mind supporting them through this, everybody. Again, it just supports the development of the game. The game is really, really exceptionally good. You have all sorts of things, different palettes, different hats and stuff. They do have a version of the Starseeker outfit for free. Right now, I think it's under suits. Where is it? I think I already have it. Suits. Does it show me all the suits that I have? I don't know which suits I have and which suits I don't. I think I don't have some of those. That's the outfitters. This is co-op. Where's the other one? Here it is. All right, yeah, it's under the star. These are the suits that I currently have. And again, they have the expedition suit right over there, which is the Starseeker suit, which is pretty cool. And you can see I have a bunch of other cool suits like this one. I really like these. These are real fun. Again, real brilliant idea by them. I mean, if you're going to have, microtransactions, make it like, cosmetic and not something that gives you super OP stuff in the game. I think, anyway. And then again, I have the cool Cosmos one. You got all sorts of fun helmets you can do, especially like the Christmas one. Very cool. And then, of course, the hats. Normally, I either have my crown on or I have my little halo. Currently rocking the Hocus Pocus hat. And again, you can see I have a different palette as well. I got a gear shift, which is like your face stuff. And then, of course, you have all your various different little kicks. And then you got your little sway. You got your break dancing. He was gonna do a head spin. Yeah, look at him go. I forgot he did that. Cool. And again, this is a ton of stuff in here. But again, if you like yourself some Astroneer and you can't afford it, everybody, show them a little bit of love. I appreciate them greatly as well. All right, so let's go ahead and do a little scouting. Now, here's the thing, everybody. I have this thing right here, the portable auctionator. I don't have to worry about auction anymore. Plus, I have the QRTGs. I don't have to worry about power. So I can basically go wherever I want to go and not worry about it. And I believe it was back here in the corner where we were extracting some. But we'll probably need to find a new spot. I do remember it was over here by where we were extracting this quartz. Yes, right over this way. It's in my buggies over here. Yes, oh, look at it way down in there. Man, we extracted a whole lot of tungsten there. But I wouldn't use that spot. I just kind of clean this up. I see some off in the distance here. I would definitely use something like this, though there might be a bigger and better spot. I can see there's some also in the ceiling. So there might be an absolute ton of tungsten there or not at all. Really want to kind of look and see if there's any more spots that we could use. And there might be some better spots further down as well. One of the toughest things is finding your way back to your actual ramp. I just happen to know what direction it is. I actually could put a beacon down right there. Wait, should have done that. Hold on. See how awesome it is to have the jetpack, everybody? It's really awesome. It really does help a lot. Oh, I think I went past it. Had to cut right. Had to cut right on that one. There we go. All right, we'll grab one of these. Make ourselves a beacon. Now with two of them, you go real fast, everybody. One of them's a bit slower, but two of them gets it done. Oh, see? Look, I already made it. I already went the wrong way. This way. All right. And this is why you need a beacon. Now, I use different colors for different reasons. Like orange is navigation. Red is resources. Green is my base. And again, I just made that up. That's not like an official thing in the game. But you do you, and I'll do me. And again, we'll smooth this out, this little edge here. There we go. Let's go ahead and check to the left and see if there's any tungsten nearby the left. I always kind of look around first before I decide, because there might be a whole bunch of it here to the left that was a little closer that we could use. Doesn't look like it. There is some back here. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh boy, that's a whole lot right there. Okay, that's a good spot. Let's go ahead and see where this is from our thing here. And again, now that we have that down, we can use that on the compass to find our way back to where we were. So right through here. Oh, we need some more. We need some more hydrazine. Okay, so if we say, hey, we want to go this way, one of the things that I like to do is to create my own kind of little shaper like this. And this says, hey, I'm going this way. Very easily. You can just hold down Control, by the way. It'll start going up a little bit. I'm just going to bring it down just a little. There we go. And all it needs to do is like a big arrow pointing me in, a little too far down. Pointing me in the direction in which I'm going to have my resources. And then this way I can just follow this edge. Just cut through here and hope we don't hit the actual tungsten itself. Oop, we did. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. All right, that's a little too close. We don't want to disturb the actual tungsten. The reason why is we want to extract as much as we possibly can. So we're just going to L-shape this. Around this way, we'll take out all of this. So we can try to get to the front of the tungsten. And one of the things also that's sometimes a bummer is that you have another resource that's real close to that resource, which in this case is laterite. Oh, that's a good one. Get rid of all of that. Again, I'm just trying to get laterite out of the way. Some of this other stuff out of the way so we can see this spot over here. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. All right, and I like to take out all the baddies too, so I don't just back into them or some craziness happens there. Oh, there's a little thing there. All right, so what we want to do is bring our extractor over here and figure out, is the wall the better spot? Because I see there's some up at the top. Put it there or put it down here in this edge here. So now what we need is we need the extractor. And see our little path that we made? So again, the gray is typically stuff that you made. We got here. Oh, another one. Bishop one. I just put these along this path, and at some point, if I actually want to come back for those, they'll be there. Smooth that out a little bit. And again, I basically just made myself a path from the ramp all the way to here. All right. Make this go a little faster. We'll grab some hydrazine off of here and put it on our other one. There we go. Because we're going to need to take the big boy here, this sucker, and take that down here. Now I'm going to put it right there and let it drop. And while I slide, I'm going to go ahead and grab it. There we go. And then just jetpack it where I want it to go. Now, it's very difficult to keep it in front of you because it tries to jump around all over the place. There we go. Now, the only way to really know whether it's a very substantial node is to actually get your extractor and throw it in there. All right, about halfway, not bad. We can actually put it up. Holy ho-ho, hey-oh. We can actually put it up on the wall, and as you can see, everybody, that is a lot of, that's a lot of tungsten right there, everybody. That's a really good node. Holy mama. So glad I didn't go any further on that other side. All right, nice. Okay, that's almost max, but you know, let's just go ahead and give this place over here a shot. See what it says. It's about medium, about halfway. Halfway there. So you never really know again until you put this down, and then it's like, whoa. Yeah, definitely over here. 100% right over here. This is going to be hundreds and hundreds of tungsten that we're going to get by just simply putting this up on the wall. We're going to try to turn it around so we can see the extraction side. Nice. All right. Then we'll try to optimize it a little bit. Hopefully it does not extract. I'm going to back it up maybe just a little bit. Oh, yeah. A little bit more back. Very nice. Okay. Then we also want to turn it just a little bit down. There we go. So when we have our table here, our table can reach that thing there. It's really nice not to have to worry about your oxygen anymore. Really great to get to that point where you have the oxygenator, and that's you can just do a quest for it in there, and you'll get that portable oxygenator, as well as the QRTGs, which is basically fusion power. And I have one QRTG, and all it does is make sure that my oxygen is maxed out all the time. All right, we don't need those yet, but we could use one of these RTGs here. Let's just go ahead and leave that there, because we can get this started. We still need those tables, but we can get this started at least. And this side, much better, because it's actually much closer than the other way. And we're not really sure how good those nodes are that way. They could be just as good or maybe even better, but bird in the hand kind of thing, everybody. We already know what we need. We got it. Have you played any first-person shooter games? I played a lot of first-person shooter games. You're seeing the original, the OG gamer right here. I've been gaming for 50 years. My first gaming console was the first gaming console. I've played just about every first-person shooter genre you can think of. Absolutely. Played me a lot of PUBG back in the day, as well as some Valheim. What is it called? It starts with a V. It's like Valheim, but it's not Valheim. What's the name of that game that starts with a V? Oh, went out of my head. First-person shooters. What is it called? I think it starts with a V. Let's see. What the heck is the name of that one? Holy mackerel, I can't think of it. Valorant, there we go. Hey, I remember the V part. I've also played other games too, like, you know, the old school, like Duke Nukem and Quake and all of those. I mean, all the originals too, all the way back before, you know, the most common ones now. You know, like Halo and Half-Life and all those. One of the ones that I've actually not played of all of those ones, and there's a few that I haven't played, is actually Halo. Never played Halo. And the reason why is they kind of pissed me off. You're like, Kismet, how did Halo piss you off? Well, they were coming at it for the Mac, everybody. And back then, of course, I'm a graphic designer, so I've got a bunch of Macs. But I also had PCs, too. But my Macs were way more powerful. And so they were going to come out with Halo for the Mac. It was actually going to be an exclusive Mac first, right? Way back in the day. And then the old Microsoft comes along and says, hey, that sounds like a good game. We're just going to buy that up. And then, guess what? No Mac version for a very long time. So I'm like, yeah, well, screw you guys, sellouts. So I never played Halo. And I love Bungie's original Marathon. Some people, you know, it's like they love it or they hate the current version of the Marathon. I have not played that yet, though I might play it. I don't know. We'll see. I'm seeing mixed reviews on it. I don't like the fact that they stole that guy's artwork and then didn't compensate him for it. And then they're like, oh, sorry, our bad. And then they went and then they probably paid that guy off, I would imagine. That's kind of a scummy thing to do. But, you know, it may not be their fault. It might have been their employee's fault, but they are in charge of the project. So, you know, they should have known. You got to watch out when you're hiring people, everybody. Don't plagiarize someone else's work. And as an artist, that's not cool. Of course, you know, that's what AI does, everybody. AI plagiarizes all humans' work in the universe because that's how it's trained. It's trained on everybody else's work. So 30 years of my artwork is in that AI somewhere. Yeah, and I've done hundreds of thousands of projects, everybody. Really a lot. But I did like watching everybody play because it was one of the first games, by the way, that had vehicles that multiple people could get on the vehicles and drive around, which is cool. But I just never played it because of that reason, because they just, you know, sold out and whatnot. I mean, not like I really care, but I was like, screw you. I've got plenty of other games I can play. So I did. I went out and played all those games. But again, if it came out now and said, hey, you know, there's a remaster of it or whatever, I might try it. I don't know. Again, I don't really like to get involved in all the political stuff. I just like playing games. I like playing games, and that's the thing. And again, I wish game developers success, everybody. I want them to create great games. I mean, it only benefits everybody if they create games. If they create sucky games or if they're being really scummy with their monetization, well, hey, they deserve what they get with that one. If you're being a scumbag, you know what? You made your own bed, lie in it. All right, we got some more work to do. We need some tables. We've got to get these auto arms in here. We got to get a whole bunch of stuff set up. We're just going to go right to it. You guys seen me do this already. If you've watched me play this previously, then I'm just going to go a little bit faster if you don't mind, because we want to try to get to some MEGATECH today. Not sure we're going to get all the MEGATECH going, but we're going to try to get a bit of it. And again, if you haven't seen Astroneer in a while, everybody, they did add a whole DLC, which is called Glitch Walkers. Very, very fun. We played it all the way through previously, as well as they added a bunch of MEGATECH. Now, they had a little bit of issues with their MEGATECH on launch, but they did diligently go in and do a bunch of fixes to it. So we're kind of back to check it out again. And we had not finished going through all of the MEGATECH, so we definitely want to try to get through it a bit here while we're waiting for Starseeker to come out. Now, again, this Thursday is going to be an open beta. We're definitely going to try it out. Hopefully, I get in the open beta. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to send me a message or I can just jump in or what. I don't know. But I definitely want to play it. Now, again, I already set aside the time to play Starseeker. And if I don't get in, I guess we'll play something else. We'll probably play some Astroneer. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I would hope so. I would hope I get in there because System Error really did a fantastic job, I think, on Astroneer. One of my favorite games of all time, and I've played thousands and thousands of games. But I usually know within the first 5 minutes, everybody. I've got that instinct, whether a game is good, whether it's got good mechanics, whether it's got good progression. Especially, you got to capture people within that first hour, and if you don't, boom, you've lost them. You've lost them forever, too, pretty much, if you don't capture their interest in that game. And I love these type of games. Especially I love the automation of this game. We'll take an extra large canister with us as well. What else are we going to need? We're going to need large canister, auto arm, which we've got. We're going to need power, which we have a bunch of that. I think we're good. Oh, 2 launches. Oh, hold on. Swipe some of that hydrazine out of there. We got to watch out. Otherwise, we'll be working on making a solid fuel thruster here in a minute. Kind of reminds me of when I am running around starving to death in games and survival games, and I've got like a whole bunch of food and water in my inventory. The chat really triggers my chat. They're like, Kismet, you got food and water in there. You're starving to death. Eat that food and water. Great story mode. Yeah, I heard it's a great story. I heard that the adaptation of it was terrible, the video or the movie of it or whatever they made. But the original story is very good. And I haven't played it, so I couldn't really tell you. But I'll get around to it, maybe. And again, you know how it is, everybody. You always have a giant backlist of games that you want to get to. I want to go back and play that Indiana Jones one, man. That one was really good. I only got to play that for a few hours, and I thought, well, I'll circle back at some point. We haven't even finished Outer Worlds 2 yet. We got to get back to that. We got Starseeker coming up and a whole bunch of other epic games. We're doing mega playthroughs of a whole bunch of games. Again, we got so much to do, and it's a great time to be a gamer, everybody. That's when it's the best time, when you just have a ton of games that you can play. And again, I got a ton of them on the list, and I'll get to them. And again, if you have some suggestions, everybody, feel free to go ahead and drop onto the Discord. I'll go ahead and throw all those social media links in the chat for you. You can just go ahead and click those links and follow those links. Go ahead and suggest it there. You got to go in there, read the rules, click that green check mark, and then there's a section in there that says game suggestions. There is a spreadsheet I have, because I'm the spreadsheet master. You won't see anybody else going to the extreme spreadsheets as I do here in the stream, everybody. I haven't seen anybody ever just get insane with their spreadsheets when it comes to games. And again, I do things like my spreadsheet I got right over here, which is for MEGATECH, which tells me all the things that I would need to do. And again, I don't look it up online, but I write it down while I'm playing the game, because that's what I would do if I was really there. And that's how I like to play games. I like to play, if I was really there, what would I do? And one of those things would be to do this. What do we got here? Let's got a little, let's just fill that in. Ooh, bad guy. Get that guy out of there before he stabs me. All right, this we'll just put right up here because we're going to use that in a moment. Put that off to the side. Okay, now we're trying to aim it over this way toward this thing right here. And this is acting a little funky chicken. We're probably going to have to build a little bit of a ramp. Okay, a little bit of a ramp. Let's go. Holding down the Alt, trying not to disturb the stuff there. There we go. And that's going to allow us to ramp that up. And we'll go with that. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and put our auto arm in over here. And we're definitely going to need to go back for some power. A little awkward because that's going through there. I could just nudge it a little. There we go. And then this is going to go up here. So we're going to go ahead and turn this on, let that extract. But we already have a Wolframite right here. We can just put it right there. Oh, we should bring a furnace over here too. I guess we can grab this on the way out. Put that in the backpack. There we go. I love shaping. The shaping in this game is exceptional. Instead of it being like Minecraft, where it's like, you know, all blocky, this is really awesome. This is called voxel shaping, where you can shape out the world. I think that's really the true genius of this game, is really leaning into that voxel shaping. It's really, really fun, though I wish it still did have foundations. Foundations would be awesome, where you can put foundations of your base down. Sadly, no foundations yet, even though I've suggested it many, many times. Okay, so we got that in. Now what we want to do is go ahead and bring in our canisters. Let that get started up a bit. Now there's also a rail system where you can bring the resources out. We may or may not do that in this playthrough. We'll see how long that we have before actual Starseeker itself comes out. Because remember, this is just the open beta. And not necessarily the release of it. I just dropped those down there. And then we'll take our power with us here. We're going to need a bunch of power. This is a massive amount of RTGs here, everybody. And I love it when you get to the stage. By the way, this is just day 4. I played the game for 1,000+ hours, everybody. Very, very fun. Highly recommend some Astroneer. Again, we're just trying to get our main resources going. We're going to give it a massive amount of power. Move this back just a little bit here. Again, you can see I'm putting some power over here and then also right here in this spot, which typically is in the way. And there we go. We're going to test it out. We also have an RTG on the top to block it so it doesn't put it up on the top away from where the auto arm can reach. And that sucker's off and running. Again, that's going to be thousands of those over time. For sure, for sure. Yeah, I used to watch a really fun series, even though I never played Halo, called Red and Blue, everybody. Anybody remember that series? Red and Blue, the Halo series? That was really, really good. We used to watch that back in the day. And I also was a little jealous of all my peeps playing some Halo while I was busy playing something else. I never have a shortage of games to play, everybody. I like all sorts of games, a wide genre of games. I don't just limit myself to just building or space games or whatever. I think don't limit yourself in life, everybody. They got so much to choose from. Okay, we can put this right here. Undo that, and eventually I think we're going to run this out because we're going to convert the wolframite already because we don't need the raw wolframite. You don't need the raw stuff. The raw stuff's not going to do any good. Most of the time, I guess there is some exceptions for stuff, but really what we want is for it to automatically convert it all. So when we come here to grab the wolframite, we don't have to forge it down at our primary base. So we'll leave all that right there for now. Running out of hydrazine again. Always burning up my hydrazine. Again, you see I just grab it off of the vehicle. Put it right there. Just make sure you have enough launches left. Okay, so we get this out of here. Anything else on here? I don't think we do. Nope. Yeah, we'll just take this with us because, again, this loose stuff we'll just take with us. Okay, we need a furnace. Let's go make one of those. Bring it back. We'll set this to run, and then we'll start on some MEGATECH here. I might want to stop by Caldor on the way. Let's go check out Caldor over here, see how it's doing. I might want to just come over here and give a little bump. I call it the bump, everybody. We're going to go do it right now. Let's do it. This actually made this go faster, by the way, the orbiting of the planet, and I greatly appreciate that. Because sometimes that's really slow, and 99% of the time, at least it feels like it to me, you're always on the opposite side of the planet, or you just missed it. But this is where it's doing my hydrazine, and again, we're going to just, sometimes we just come over. I'm not even going to pick up the hydrazine. I'm just going to go ahead and click this. I'm going to click this. I'm going to click this. Why is this one not running? That's interesting. Oh, it's connected. Okay. See, it still had a bit of extraction that it could have done. For some reason, it's not running. Oh, because it's not turned on. There we go. I can just tell. Again, why was that green? Why was there still some green in there, but it wasn't running? So there we go. Now it's running. And there we go. All three of those will extract that ammonium. It'll take the ammonium and the hydrogen here, convert it into hydrazine, and fill up that canister for us. Glad we stopped by. Double check that as well. Okay, we want all that stuff constantly running so that we don't have to do it manually. And we should probably pop over to some glacial as well, so that is running while we're doing stuff. Can't remember if we put our forges over there yet. Maybe we might have to do that as well. We might want to just set up a whole bunch of forges here. Can't remember if I have it automatically converting over there yet. And eventually, that's what I do, but I have it convert at the extraction. And that's because there's no point in bringing it all the way back and then converting it. Why not just let it convert it all right in line? So it takes the original, converts it, because you don't need the actual raw resources, right? Unless you're going around and using those raw resources to open up stuff, like, the research things, which I never do. So it's really pointless for me. I just go ahead and convert it at the node, which is much easier, much faster. All right, let's go ahead, go right here. We're going to say, hey, lock that. Come on. Why are you not selecting it? There we go. And then we need our... What was the last one? Compound and resin. Okay, we're going to snag some resin from over here. We had some... Look at it go over here. Holy moly, how's it at? 161 right now. We had some extra compound over here, which we can put right here. We're just going to run that compound out. And then it will keep that compound over there. Again, if I have a little bit extra, that's what I do with it. I put it up in that stacker up there. Because eventually, I'm going to need it. All right, let's just go ahead and say, make a whole bunch of those. And we'll just take the 1 for now, and then we will we'll go ahead and get all this other stuff running, and we'll come back for it. Another thing we need to work on is our extractor. We need tungsten carbonide and rubber, which is funny because we are working on a bunch of that. Actually, I have some rubber right here. We can just put in there. Tungsten carbonide. We probably have a little bit. Okay, we do. Again, that's why we're making all these things, so we can make other things from those things. There we go. All right, go ahead and make us another one of those. And oh, it's already on it. I already have it on loop, so the second I get the resources in there, it automatically makes more. All right, it's going to make another extractor. Waiting for that thing to go. And I think that should be good. That should work all of our tungsten carbonide for us. Now, if we were in a hurry for tungsten, we could also put multiple extractors there, which I may do because that would be an insane amount of tungsten. But we'll let that run for now. In fact, actually, what we should do is give it multiple of those. So let's see. I see it has another chip and whatnot there. We need tungsten carbonide and rubber, so we'll take another rubber, put it there, and another tungsten carbonide. From over here. And put that over there. And look at this, everybody. This thing is cranking. What does we got here? Oh, 300 already plastic going. How's our aluminum doing? 147, and we ran out of copper. We definitely need to up our game on our copper. But we'll put this aluminum away now. There we go. All right. Again, keep cranking that out. And then this, we'll got iron in there. You know what? Let's just put a couple more just in case. So we know it's got steel is what we need. Tungsten carbonide. Yeah, steel right there. Okay, so it's got enough for another one because I want to actually run 2 of those. We'll let those run while we go ahead and get the forge started up. More hydrazine. Usually I bring a canister of hydrazine with me, but I don't need to do that anymore if I'm diligent about. Really hard sometimes to get these in here. When I get annoyed, I'll take the actual hydrazine thruster off and then put it in that way, because it's a little hard to get it in there underneath there. All right, and we also have a little bit of laterite and stuff that we can just go ahead and convert over here. What are we doing over here? Oh, we ran out of iron. I can see right there, and that has stopped our production over here. And such is the way it goes. We'll run that wolframite over there. And we got some hydrazine there, and more hydrazine over there. There we go, and we have 20 launches. All right, how are we looking over here? Is that finished? Oh, okay, so before we go, this one is finished. Let's go ahead and take that one with us as well, since we're already heading there. And, oh, I see some more stuff we can take out of there. Right there, some more laterite, aka aluminum. There we go. And off we go. All right. Again, this is like our last major one that we need to work on. But we need to go around and make sure that all of our stuff is still extracting. So you got to still micromanage all of your extraction from time to time. Eventually, by the way, we can set it up through the MEGATECH to automatically bring us the resources. We don't actually have to come over here to do it. And that's what we're kind of working toward right now. But we got to set up our whole MEGATECH modules and all that other fun stuff. And I got to try to remember how the heck I did it before. But I did write down what I need for it. So we should be okay. We'll see. If I need more stuff, we'll get more stuff. All right. Very nice. All right. We got this. We'll drop that down there. We got this. We'll drop that down there. Just make sure that that does not glitch. And then this one here. Just some of the work for me. This here. Keep this from flying away down some hole over there. This thing has a tendency to just want to go straight toward the ability to fall down into the previous levels. down below, and then you're chasing it down into the lower level. So I usually try to stop it before it rolls off. Okay, here we go. Should have brought a battery. That was the other thing. I just thought of it. All right, so we'll turn this on. This currently is empty. We're going to take this Wolfram right, let that run out just a little bit. There we go. Then we're going to stop this one from running while it's extracting over there. Now what we want to do is let it run, and then once it runs, we'll tell it to automatically go in there. And there we go. Now we can just queue it up and let that run. And notice I'm not bothering to use my vehicle. You can make a vehicle and do all of that. I find that if you have the jetpack, just as fast with the jetpack, especially if you already have the portable oxygenator. Don't have to worry about oxygen, don't have to worry about power. You're only worried about hydrazine fuel to keep your jetpack going. Alright, this is going to be crazy up in here. Let's go. Let's go. Holy moly, this is going to be a really tremendous amount of this. Alright. So, we're going to put this right up in here, and we're going to sneak that in there. Ba-boom. We're going to connect these two together. There we go. And then we're going to connect... Ow, you little... Again, I wish you could lock these. And then we're going to connect this here. Now, it's actually not going at full speed right now, and that's because it's not connected to the table, which is where all the power is. But now it's going to go full. Actually, that one at the bottom is actually extracting more than the one at the top. Crazy. All right, and then we want to go ahead and put this up here so it doesn't put the output there. We'll start that up. And then make sure, again, that it can see that one. Yes, it can. It might be a little close, though. A little close. Maybe back this up just a little bit. Oh, boy. Sometimes this is so awkward. We're going to need to back that up just a little bit just to make sure it's going to extract less back there. Here's a better idea. Let's move this back a little bit. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Gonna get crazy. Okay, we're gonna have to set that off to the side for a second to try to fix this part right here. There we go. Alright, you want it to be back far enough to where the auto arm can hit both of these consistently, but also up far enough where it's gonna get the other one. Yes, alright, right there. Okay. Now again, it's awkward. This one's into the ground, so it might be a little tough to get that one in there, so we'll connect those like that. We'll see if these are still connected. Doesn't look like it, so we'll connect these two together. There we go. Okay, that should extract those a little bit faster. And I see that it grabbed that one. Okay, good, good. And then make this go faster. We'll connect these together. We'll lock this table. And that should get all of that going. Okay, now, what we really need is we need a battery. And the reason why we need a battery is not to actually use it as a battery, but to actually monitor if we have enough power to make this run. We can also just go ahead and do the math in our head. For each of these, you're going to need 2 of these RTGs because it's 4 each. It needs 8 for those. So you need 2 for each one. So we have 1 here, 1 there. There's 2. This one, there's 2. Then you also need power to let the smelting furnace run. So we're going to use 4 out of here, 4 out of that one, 1 out of this one. So that's total 5. Auto arm also needs 1. So that is going to go ahead and run that. And we have enough power. Now me, I like to do a little extra because I know in a minute I'm going to go ahead and use these RTGs for the third one that we're going to bring over here. Again, we're going to just end up with a insane amount of tungsten. And then we're pretty good on our power. We'll run this power out of here. I really should make a bunch of, just doesn't even matter, it doesn't even need to be a big battery. It can just be a smaller one. That's going to allow us to know what's going on with that. All right, put that back in there. Let's go get that that other extractor, and we'll set up a massive amount of extraction there. And then we'll end up with a crazy ton of tungsten. Then we'll take the tungsten, we'll convert it into tungsten carbonide. And then also what we'll do is we'll also just collect the regular tungsten too, because you need both the converted tungsten and the tungsten carbonide. Gonna need both. That is for sure. Oh, see, I like it right there when you come in and you're right by your base. That's good. That's good. Saves you some time. How are we looking on time here? All right, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time to make this happen. Let's go. Put that right there. Okay, maybe a little bit more hydrazine from my backpack. Okay, we just need to do the extractor. Anything else? Battery. All right, battery is the other thing. Let's go ahead and do some small little batteries. There we go. Lithium and zinc. I know I got lithium over this way. Right over here. I forgot which one. This one here. And I did see some zinc just hiding right over here. Back we'll grab. Oh. Throw those down on the ground for a second. We'll grab some lithium or zinc there. And run out some more lithium over here. You see we got a lot of lithium. We got that for our RTGs. And let's make another battery there while we're using this battery. There we go. And this one, and we'll just leave that there. Okay. Again, it's just a great indicator on whether you're in a surplus of power or if you're in a negative amount of power. Obviously, we want to at least be even or be in excess of the power that we need. All right, now see our landing spot is right here. Okay, another extractor. And we've got our battery. Okay, drop that. And sometimes this game would be way easier if you did have first person. Right now it would be great. Or when you're driving. That's also would be awesome. Alright, now we got to work our magic here to get these in here. Let's go ahead and just make sure that we have the red part pointing down. Oh yeah, that's going to be a tremendous amount of that. We'll put the RTG on the top. We'll go ahead and turn that on, let that start to go. Then the trickiest part here is getting these to connect. You'll hear it snap in. I can't see it, but I heard it snap in, so that should be fine. And then let's check and see if we're in a surplus or if we're in a deficiency here. The camera is crazy. Roll that up so I don't fall in that hole again. There we go. We can see that the battery is filling and we have everything running, so we know that that we're all good. Again, I would make sure to kind of watch them, make sure they're going up and down. I would make sure that it's grabbing it from each one. So see, it grabbed the one from the new one we put in there, so that's good. And then I would wait until this one's done. And then you're confirmed all three are working, all three are running at full speed. There it goes. All right, there we go. Now we let that run. Now this is at 25 right now, so when we come back later, hopefully we got 400 of them in there in no time at all. And that's completely autonomous from the rest of the power, by the way. It'll just do its thing forever. Don't have to worry about it. And we'll just leave this right here. We'll go ahead and take this with us since it's right here. And our wolframite, good to go. Now we need to stop by another location, and we did run out of iron, so we'll go ahead and do it. Now we probably need to bring a canister, but we'll just go ahead and take a look over here on Glacio, See how our stuff is doing. See if we had left multiple canisters here. I can't remember, so we'll go and check. And we put a landing pad down right here in the middle of these various resources, including iron. We do not have a second one. I can see right there there's not a second one. How much do we have? 329. Well, that ought to get us started. All right, time for the bump, everybody. A bump. Oh, you little. Get in there. Bump there. And then try to grab it at the bottom. Usually it works okay, unless it wants to be a huge pain in the butt like that. There we go. And then over here, a little bump. There we go. And that'll extract a whole bunch more of that. Look at our battery. How's our battery doing? Battery just fine. You can see this one's completely converting this. And we need to bring one of those back. We'll just put that right up there. Let's go check out over here. Oh, we're going to need a second one because I can see this one is full as well. Look at that graphite, everybody. Holy moly. Another 400 graphite there. And over here, we're going to go ahead and just give these a nudge. Ah, you little. Sometimes it works great. Sometimes they get all weird and do that kind of stuff. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't do it. Come on. I know you work in there. Don't pretend like you don't. Maybe a little too close. All right. We'll move this one off to the side a little bit here. Get this one in first. Obviously, it was working. There we go. This one a little closer. Aiming this way. Again, we got to make sure that the auto arm can reach it, which it can't reach it there. Maybe we've been nudging this one a little left. A little right. We'll go like this. Move this one to here. Bring this one in. There we go. All right. And we're going to need to connect. Nope. Totally not what I wanted to do. Okay. We need to connect these into here. Get in there. I wonder if this one can go around this side. Nope, too far. Okay, that ended there, and then these need to connect together somewhere. There we go. And these are all connected. Okay, they have nowhere else to go because there's no space for the graphite. So we need to come back with the two canisters now to replace those, and I would imagine we want to check in on our titanium down here. How we looking? Ooh, titanium actually not finished yet. Okay, no worries, no worries. Again, more bumping. See if we can get a real... that one disconnected. There we go. And then this one, come on, good bump, good bump. There it is. Again, sometimes it goes smooth, sometimes it doesn't. All right, there we go, pretty smooth there. That should be able to grab all of those. This one here looks like it's actually not facing inward, which is what I needed to do. That one's already connected to these. These are all actually connected. I don't need to connect it on the side. You want to, again, make it sure that it's actually going to grab it. And you can see that we're converting it, and this is actually converted titanium. We'll let that run. We'll come back and grab that whole thing because we don't have enough room in our ship anyway. So we'll let that run. We'll come back, check it out later. See, I like it when it's right down the ramp. It's right there next to the ramp. You can just extract it there. Again, 3 of them go really, really fast. You're gonna end up with a crazy ton of resources. All right, so we need 3 replacement canisters. Let's go. Okay, back to Sylvia. And then we're just going to put our iron straight in there. Again, we don't need to convert the iron. It's already converted. Really saves you a lot of time. Really does. So I highly recommend putting your furnace right by where you're extracting. And they're easy to make. You'll have plenty of power if you got your RTGs going, or even if you just use other power to keep it going. All right, first we'll take our iron. And here's the cool thing. See this one right here? Well, if we turn this off and turn this off so it doesn't fill up that thing right there, we can just take this directly off and replace it with this one. And now we have a replacement canister we can put back like that. And we can take that with us. Now, I can package that up I'll only really package it if I have to. Holy mackerel. I think we still got a ton of graphite over here. Yep, we still got about 30. Let's go ahead and run this in, and we'll do this. We'll take this. No, we should run the rest of this. Yes, we should run the rest of this. And then this, hopefully, we'll do 28 of them, which should, yep. And then that'll be empty, and we can use that one. And I think I had that other one, but I gave it to the other planet. So we might want to see if we've got any more hiding back here. Doesn't look like it. Sometimes you try to click it, and it doesn't do it. All right, there we go. Speaking of stuff we can go ahead and send away for, let's go ahead and get our trade platform. We don't need any lithium. We'll just send away for some titanium. Just to kind of burn that up. Not that we need titanium, but we got it. And I got our little pawn thing. I collect a bunch of random stuff, and I usually just put it over here in these little stacks of random stuff. Never know, might need that later. We get to those quests. All right, this is empty. That doesn't need to be there. And again, I might start breaking those containers down. I can always make more. Also, soil canister here. How are we doing over here on our clay? We are actually doing really good. 249. All right, let's go ahead and run this out. We need this to go here. Oh, man. Go ahead and turn that off for a minute. Yeah, it's not letting me use that canister, so I got to use this canister. That's going to take a minute. We'll let that run. Okay, and we need another big canister here. What do we need? We need plastic. Well, I don't think we got a problem with that because we've been making a tremendous amount of it over here. In fact, we actually filled it up. Nice. So yeah, we now have 400 plastic. There we go. That's going to make a lot of these canisters. That is for sure. All right, we'll put that over there. We'll go ahead and tell this to go ahead and just loop that. Make a few of those. And we're waiting for our stuff to run here. We actually have an empty canister right here, which is the one that needs to go replace downstairs eventually, but that's okay. We'll just take that one with us. Take our RTGs out for now. I already have one in my backpack. What else we need here? Got 9 left. Again, sometimes I'm just looking for ones that are... that'll fill that carbon right back up again, by the way. I'm just looking for empty canisters that I can reuse, because there's no reason to just have it sit there empty. Let's go back here and see how we're doing on this. Okay, this is done. And then this is going to run this out, so we need to clean this up just a little bit here. So that'll keep going. That'll go there. Turn this back on. Take this off for a second. Put this back there. This needs to go on here and be running outwards. Actually, no, we're going to keep this over here. This we can actually get rid of. Remember, if you need more, you can always make more. And this we'll just keep here in case we need it in the future. So what I need to do is, to catch up here, I need to smelt some of this down because I was trying to transfer that other stuff over. All right, another canister here. And that should give us our 3 canisters that we need. There we go. Okay, off to Glacio, way out here. There it is. So what we want to do is make sure we put our canisters back. Otherwise, the whole entire process of everything that we're doing, even if you bump it, it's going to stop. Because there's not enough room on the table for it to put more than just a few on there. So we definitely want to put our canisters over here, let it keep running while we're doing other things. And away it goes. All right. Gonna do a whole lot of that. All right, over here. Come on, you. There we go. And I like to have 1 or 2 just so I can go ahead and do this, which again is priming it. It says only that's going to go in there. In this case, you're only really extracting the graphite. You're not converting the graphite into anything, though I totally could. I could set it up where it's bringing the resources and converting it into graphene. But that's good. And then 1 more container for our titanium. Totally was trying to grab this. There we go. I'll drop it down there and do a little slidey slide. Sliding goes way faster. Whoop, wait a minute. That's the wrong canister. Wrong. Okay, I could use one of those. But totally the wrong canister. I had that set to the wrong one. Gonna need it. But wrong. Alright. We'll go make the right one. You're gonna make mistakes, everybody. Again, especially when you're trying to rush. Like, I'm trying to get a whole bunch of this done before I run out of time. So we can start on our MEGATECH here. Let's go, let's go. Come on. All right, we probably made a bunch of those now too. Yeah, that's okay. Good. We will need those. We will use them, but that is not the one I'm looking for. Let me click on that one in the front there. Is really weird. All right, we need large resource canister, right? That's the right one. That's the right one this time. Okay, make a bunch of those. Cool thing is we have a bunch of glass we can move over here from this one. And we'll just run that back in. This way it can make multiple of those if it has enough resources, but I just need the one. Let's move these over here for later. We're definitely going to use those. Like so. How is our stuff doing over here? This is done. Awesome. Move that over. That's on input. Put this here. Now it's going to go ahead and fill that back up. It's going to go ahead and then do the rest of that. Okay, very good, very good. Look at all these canisters. Need more hydrazine. Somehow that titanium alloy I got on my backpack. This one's now empty. Take that and put that over here. Again, we're probably going to need to get rid of a bunch of those. Using up my area. There we go. Okay, we'll get this done. Yeah, and this is the stuff you should prioritize so that it's running while you're doing other things. And we have a ton of stuff running now. An absolute ton of extraction going. And this is how you multitask. Okay. Try this again. Okay, just added more while we were gone. All right, put that there. Move that over a little bit. What we'll do is go ahead and run one out of here. Just like this, so that primes that one there. So it doesn't accidentally put the raw resource in there. Again, make sure these are all running. They're all running, all going. Okay, now the big boy. A lot of titanium. Already converted and everything. And now we have them all working. Yep, those will all work away, do their thing. Put some more fuel in here. And we get back to Sylvia. It's on the other side of the planet. Always bad. Always come in. It's on the other side. You're like, yeah. Gotta go all the way around the planet. Let's go. Okay. How's our titanium looking over here? Oh, almost done with titanium there too. Okay, we got to run some of this out so we can keep this going. That'll get going. 137 titanium nanocarbon alloy there. This we can take with us and get our hydrazine. How's our hydrazine looking over here? Seems like that stopped over there. All right, it did stop. Okay. Yeah, and you can see we freed up one of these. I'll just throw it over there for now. That'll just keep going. This is on output now. Okay, that'll burn that up. Then we'll go... While that one's running out, we'll take this one. We'll go to Caldor. We'll swap this one out. While we're there, we'll do a little bump. As you see, I got this down, everybody. Again, you want it doing all the work for you. You're automating all of the work of the extraction. And then conversion. The more you can do that, the more resources you'll have at your disposal for doing all this stuff. Okay, we'll grab this. Put that there. That should be set to input. Probably nudge all these again. Oh, the perfect nudge. Look at that. And again, these actual green bars are diminishing. They're getting lower and lower each time until eventually it will actually pull the entire node. The node will be too low and really not worth your time to continue to do this, and then we'll move it to another location. How's our power looking here? Oh, we're at negative power. We need... looks like we need some more RTGs over here. Turn this off for a second and switch this over there so we can see that battery. It's no big deal because we do have a lot of battery here, and then when the solar comes up during the day, we're going to have a bunch of power because I can see it's been continuously cycling. So we should start to see positive power. Yeah, there it is. See, when the sun comes up, we're going to get our solar. Watching these here. Interesting thing is we could move these like this and they would kick in sooner. They're slightly in shadow there. There we go. Alright, that's still more than enough. Again, we can bring some more RTGs just to make sure. But I think unnecessary. We'll probably end up moving this anyway. Or we will end up moving it anyway. So no reason to bother. We out of here. Just trying to keep all of our large processes running. And there we go. So now we've got resources from everywhere that we need. Okay, perfecto. Again, trying to get as many processes running as possible. And this is about to run out. Perfect timing. Wow, okay. There we go. Ran out. Stop this so it doesn't fill that up. Put this right here. Run that out, run that out. And again, that's 376 there, 146 there. That's going to run for a while. Then we have this extra canister we can use later. Let me take a bit of this hydrazine, put it right into that one. There we go. This is output. This is output. That's running. Okay. Now, how about over here? What are we doing? We are out of... wow, another perfectly timed finish there. Stop these. Grab this. Put that there. Run that out. Run that out. Run that out. And now it's going to make more titanium alloy. And then what are we at now? 153 nanocarbon alloy. You got 400 nanocarbon alloy. You won this game, everybody. And it's just a massive amount. Because what you can do is you can create 153 RTGs, which never stop, right? They're fusion power. So they run night and day. They will never stop running. And that's 154 times 4. So let's just call it 200 times 4. That's like 800 power. That's a lot of power. You can sprinkle power all over the world if you want to do, and multiple worlds as well. But there we go. We got that done. That is now good. Okay. Now we probably want to use this one for our tungsten, because I think our tungsten is the one that we have the least amount. We got this going. What are we doing over here? This is silicon. Yes, so we're going to need that quartz. Oh, that's why we're doing the quartz down here. Let's go actually grab this one for the quartz. Which is right down here. All right, how are we looking? How are we looking on this quartz over here? 70. All right, let's get into start. Actually, we have about 80. We're going to run this one out. Why does this seem so slow? Seems a little slow, like it's not connected. It could be just the one, because it's only one connection. Again, I could put multiple there to extract that faster. Give it a little nudge. There we go. Let that run for a while. But we'll go ahead and start with what we got. We got 80 quartz there. Run that in, run that in. Again, if you want it to go faster, add more extractors. Because obviously we'd have 3 times as much if we did. But we got enough to get our quartz going over here. Make sure we got enough silicon. Do our thing. There we go. Now we're going to need more resin. We know right where to go for that. How are we doing over here? That's probably good enough of that. So we'll just go ahead and let that finish. Gotta wait for it to process a couple more of these. Now the thing about resin is resin doesn't need to process. So it's not like we have to run it in the furnace. So we'll let this finish up. There we go. We'll have it switch around a little bit, and then we'll tell it to go back to resin. And we will tell it to loop, but we won't start it yet until we're able to finish the smelting furnace. Again, 300 ceramic is a lot of ceramic. Again, we're just trying to get all of our resources, all of our basic resources, have a home for those resources, sprinkle a little bit in there for when we're doing some printing. And things like that, and then you're styling. I mean, just crazy styling. So anytime we need anything, we'll have a bit of everything. My goal is to get this all set up, and then we'll take a little break while we're letting it run, and then it's MEGATECH time. And again, before I run out of time, too. My goal is at least get the big MEGATECH thing down, maybe the other stuff unlocked. We'll see how it goes. All right, now we don't even need the smelting furnace. I'm just going to take it off of there. No reason to burn that power. We've got our ceramic. We got this one here, which is going to be for our next set of resin. Now, we have a bunch of resin already over there, but we also have a bunch of soil right here. This actually took a while to fill that soil canister. That's like 140 of those smaller ones in one canister, because it is a huge, huge amount. So it actually will take you a while if you go and use your vehicle to drill out a bunch of soil. I think we drove all the way around the world in a whole circle just to get that soil. And again, we'll make sure this works first before we walk away. I always make sure it does the first round, and once it does the first round, you can be pretty secure that it's going to just run for a while. Yep, there it goes. All right. Take this and put this over here. We run a little bit out so we can see what it is. Okay, now we got all this stuff running everywhere. In fact, some of it's already filled up, so we don't even need to run any more of that. 174 aluminum alloy. Yeah, I think our tungsten is the only thing that we just don't have. We can also use some more carbon. Here's a great trick, by the way, everybody. You can take the carbon off of here. And then since this one is filling the carbon here, I can just swap this out. Oh, we're going to run that plastic back in. I can just swap this one out, and it will just fill this one up, which is the one I had from over here. So it'll just keep filling that up. Of course, oh, wait, over here. Even better. Hold on. This one's only 237. So we'll take this one out of here. We'll put this over here. So that one will keep filling that one up over time as it extracts. But we already have one over here that's 400 right now. So we'll take the one off of here and we'll swap this one. And we'll put this here. And that will fill that one up. So now we're filling 2 canisters of carbon. I always like to have my carbon constantly filled. I could actually make another table that would just fill this carbon constantly, which is probably a good idea. But I've got a ton right now, and I've got 1 tungsten in there. We need to go get more tungsten. So we're going to need another canister. That's not one of the canisters there. Aha, there we go. We made a whole bunch. Grab that there. In fact, let's bring a second one. As a backup. Oh, actually, we already have a second one. Hold on. Already got it. I remembered I put one down there. But at some point, you might even want to have 3 canisters constantly always there. So you always, if you forget to bring some, you can always just swap them while you're there. I'll do that eventually when I get to the point of having that many resources. Going to Disolo. Again, our goal is to get this stuff set up and let it run. Especially our tungsten here. And this won't be completely full yet, but we can grab what we got, let that convert. You get the idea. Whee! Grab that one. Let's see how many it's got so far. Oh, that's a lot. 129 so far. Okay, we're going to go ahead and prime this one with one of the ones from here. Put that back on there. There we go. How are we looking over here? Wow, this does not need any help from me, man. That thing is cranking. And again, we already have an extra canister there. That is cranking. All right. Grab this, run out of it. It already had an extra canister, so now we got like 3 canisters. That's perfectly fine. Okay. Missing piece of the puzzle. Come on. There we go. Sometimes you can't click on it. You got to rotate the camera so you can see it, because you try to click it and it just does nothing. I find rotating the camera helps a lot. I also rotate the camera forward like that, so right when it comes along the horizon there, I can click on my base, land on my base quick and easy. Like so. All right, awesome. And we're going to take our tungsten. Things are in my way. And we'll go ahead and run our 1 tungsten out here. There we go. Now we got a nice empty canister there. Again, like I said earlier, that eventually you'll just have a bunch of these that you are micromanaging. All right, there we go. And now that's going to auto run all of that, everybody. So there's 127 tungsten there and around 399. Now, if you really want to be tricky, you can also take some of that tungsten out, because you might need the actual raw tungsten itself before it turns it into tungsten carbonide. But we're already converting it back at the other planet, so we do need it. We can just run over there and grab extra, whatnot. What we really want to do is get a massive amount of each of these converted resources. Like we got 147 titanium alloy there, 400 plastic, 400 rubber. That's all good stuff, man. That's really good. Over here, we're making more graphene, which we're going to need over here for this. This is 54 left. 287 there, 110 there. Plenty, plenty. Did we not run this out? Oh, this is empty. Okay, we are out of helium. I knew I was going to need those. I knew I was going to need those. All right, that's going to just fill that up. Let's tell that to stop. Let's tell this to stop. No, no. Okay, we need this gas canister. We need to swap this out with our helium. This is like space trucking. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Very fun. All right, how many more launches do I got? Hopefully enough to make this happen. Where are we going? Aatrox is where we're going. Let's go. Aatrox is the highest level planet in the game. It does make it a lot easier. 8 launches. A lot easier in the very beginning of the game. You just kind of head over here, get yourself a level 2 drill bit. Try to get that going, and then you can just use the research over here, right? So you use the research, you can unlock a bunch of stuff, and then you're off and cooking. All right, how's our helium looking here? Holy moly, 720 helium. That ought to get us started. Right over there, and then we'll go ahead and replace this, set that to input. And you can see we have our, oh, this one's full. Look at that, holy mackerel, 2,000 methane. Over here, same thing, 2,000 sulfur. So both of those have already finished. Now, I'll just leave them there until I need them. I don't need to carry them back to my base yet. And then also, same thing with helium here. We'll just let that run. Obviously, the helium, we've been using that, so that's why that one's not full. Using a ton of that. Do we have a battery over here so we can see the status of this? I don't see a battery. Well, just so happens I have one in my backpack. Put the battery up there. Oh yeah, so you can see it's in surplus because it's filling up. I'm using the large rover as a battery too. You can see it's filled up there. But that's a great indicator of how everything is doing. All right, got our helium. We're ready to go ahead and get this going. Or get it going again, I guess, a better way to say it. Just keep stacking our nanocarbon alloy. There's our base over the top. We gotta go all the way around. Now, while you're watching, everybody, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to hit that follow button. If you're over on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button, which is basically the follow button over there. Appreciate you all hanging out. I really have a good time here in Astroneer. We're crushing it right now. Again, all the work that we did before has led to this moment where we can run a ton of everything. All right, we got our helium here where we can do another 200 plus of these over here. Up this way. Or is it 300? 720. 700 plus. All right, there we go. So we're going to run those out. Oh, time for break. What a perfect timing. Wow, that was really exceptional timing there. All right. Now, we've got our helium. We've got our massive amount of titanium and iron. And that's going to make hundreds of those. Probably going to fill up that canister. Going to be pretty close to filling that up. And we'll go ahead and let that run. Now, the safest place to hang out while you're letting your stuff run is actually in your little shelter. Like that. And we'll just kind of get a good view here. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and bring up some fun for you guys. Some words on stream for you guys to play. If you've never played this before, everybody, what you're doing is you're de-scrambling the words. Now, if I see you guys working together, of course, if you're on twitch.tv/Kismet, I do stream to 5 different platforms at the same time. I'm the ultimate multi-streamer, everybody. I'm hardcore. And again, I'm doing also in 1080 HD, everybody. That's like 60,000 upload speed. Not download, upload speed. So we're going to go ahead and start up the Twitch one here. Again, if you're on the Twitch chat, you can play along with the one over there. But I'm not going to let you leave out my YouTube peeps. I'm going to also get that going. I'm the only one who's ever got this running in a dual format like this. I've never seen anybody do it like this. This is hardcore right here, brother. Let's start this going. Let's turn the sound on. There we go. Okay, and again, if you're at youtube.com/KismetBP, if you're in the chat, remember you can use those up there. Like right now, it says wait. Wait is a word, W-A-I-T. Over here, you've got what? Oh, man, I can't even see any words. I don't know. It's going to be you guys. I can't think of any words, but there you go. Fist, F-I-S-T. There we go. There's a word for you. Look, I'll start you off with a free word. All you gotta do is type it right in the chat. Have some fun playing some words on stream. I'm gonna take a break, and then I shall be back after we let that run for just a little bit. All right, be back. I'm back. I got my Eden hoodie on, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Oh, this hoodie is so comfortable, everybody. I highly recommend. Made by Free the Sheep. You can actually find a link to it down below in the channel down below on my sponsors. This is not sponsored. They had already done the sponsored event for it a long time ago. But when it gets a little chilly, because I turn the AC down during the nighttime so my kids can sleep well. And sometimes it gets a little too cold for someone who is not under the covers. And so there's a big storm going right now, too. So who knows how that's going to go. But let's go ahead and turn this off here before it starts up again. There we go. Make sure we got both of these stopped right now. So let's go ahead and get back to some Astroneer before I run out of time. Actually, just thought of something else I should type out over here, too. Thought of something else. I'm going to type out to the wife there. All right. Because, again, we got a whole bunch of stuff going on today. And, of course, there'll be a big old storm during the middle of it as I'm going and running around town and trying to get cars fixed and stuff like that. Now I got a problem with the window on the side of the car. Luckily, hopefully it's taped closed right now. Of course, all duct tape because the window slid down. So hopefully that duct tape is holding during this massive storm, and I don't find basically a puddle of water inside the car. I guess we'll find out, won't we? I guess we'll find out later. But right now, we'll get back to it. Let's go. Okay, so we've been letting it run. Now, again, put a 1 in the chat, everybody. Is my chat still working? Put a 1 in the chat just to make sure that my chat is working. I'm going to put something in there, too, just to make sure I can see it from my end. There we go. All right, let's get into it. All righty, so we got all that going. We had let all this run while we were doing other things. We were taking a break. How we doing here? All right, that one's already full. This one good here. This one is... Oh, that one's done. Okay, we run all the way that. Okay, so now we got 2 empty canisters. Nice. And we got that there. And that there. Go check on our resin back here. Oh, ran out of soil, but we did get 256 resin. So we did get lots of resin. All right, that's good enough. We can use that. And then we're going to go ahead and take our resin right over here. Run that out, run that out. Now, see, these are the easiest ones, everybody, where they only have 2 inputs. They don't have gases or any other things you got to mix in. That's why these here are those style. Basically, they have two items in, and then they convert into a converted item. And all of those are good. This one uses gas here, or really fluid. It uses hydrazine, but it's still only 2 units. It's still only 2 items, right? It's your hydrazine and your graphite. So again, all of these are pretty easy all the way up to your silicon. And then it gets more tricky when you get to your forged iron and all of that. Okay, how much we got now? 268. Wow, okay. Let's see, what are we waiting on here? Oh, I think we ran out of graphene. But guess what? We were so forward thinking. Let's stop this. Let's stop this. We were so forward thinking that over here we are already making some graphene right here where we have 203 more. Oops, I forgot to stop this and run that in. There we go. Nice. Then we'll run this back in. We're going to need more hydrazine. And again, see, when you're forward thinking, everybody, you can be ready to run some more. See? That's how you do it. That's how you get it going on. Now, again, we're not just making a little bit now, everybody. We're really, really making a lot. Okay, it's time for some questing. Let's run over here and go to our little quester thingy. Okay, now, large-scale learning right here. We want to claim the distribution launcher system anchor. So we're going to go ahead and press that button. And here it is right over here. Now, this thing is very, very large, everybody. You don't want to just put that right there in your base. You're gonna really mess up your base if you do that. Don't do that. All right. Let's put this out here. Now, before we actually activate that, we want to go ahead. Oh, we want to get some hydrazine first. Run it out. Maybe just snag some. How many? Oh, we got to go get some more. Okay, hold on. We got a side trip. Side trip to get some more. First things first. Caldor, here we go. Now again, later on I'll probably also set it up on Sylvia so that I can let that ammonium run. So I don't have to run over here, or even better, I'll just have it bring me the ammonium so I don't have to keep running over here, which is part of that MEGATECH. And again, you can connect it in. Now, there's also supposed to be a space station or kind of a satellite station that I haven't even done yet in the MEGATECH, which we'll get to. We will do as much as we possibly can. All right, we ran out of stuff here. What happened here? Oh, I turned this off. Oh, that was my bad. I turned that thing off temporarily and forgot to turn it back on. That's why we're not going to have that much hydrazine, but that's okay. We'll nudge all of these. And now let that run. Okay, and then we'll just swappy. Ah, I knew it was going to do that. All right. Hold on. Okay. Sometimes it gets in your way. You're trying to put that down in there, and it's being awkward. Okay, run that in. That's on. Everything working. Okay, good. And we'll put our hydrazine in here before we forget about it. Like this. Put it in our backpack. Get our jetpacks working again. There we go. Not even... Oh, look at that. Perfect. Wow, that was exactly the amount we needed there. Now, I would probably just leave this off. Let this fill. And then come back to it later. Kind of feel like this one could be in a better spot. There we go. So it's getting a little bit more. There we go. And there's no point in even bringing that back. We'll just leave that there. And there we go. Wow. Some serious storm action going on. If I suddenly disappear, everybody, you know why. You know why. Again, put a 1 in the chat, everybody. I don't see anybody putting a 1 in the chat, so it kind of makes me think that my chat might be broken. So again, if you are watching, throw a 1 in there. I appreciate it. Let's see, back to Sylvia. And we're going to set up this MEGATECH. Let's go. Let's get this MEGATECH fired up. Over here. Okay. So let's go out here first. And I feel like what we're going to do is build our base around the MEGATECH. Out here in the center. And we can always run a line of power if we want to use our stuff here. We could go this way. There's a whole bunch of mountains there. We got a road here. Actually, this is not bad here. We could do this side. If we need to, we could flatten all that out. Yeah, kind of feel like this side. Yeah, then we can get it going from there. Or maybe just right here. Nah, I kind of feel like the other side. Because once you commit to this, everybody, it's down. That's it. It's going to be there. So make a wise choice on this one, that's for sure. Yeah, off the side of the road here. Because what this does is it allows you to unlock all the other things. So this is like the thing that makes the things. Let's get this thing out of here and this stuff. All these little things. We're going to flatten this out. Okay. Yeah, I think something like that. All right, that seems good enough. And salmon. Why can we not deploy it? Looks like there's some sort of chip in the center. Okay, what do we need to do? Let's get our quests up. All the wrong buttons. All right. Mission log. Get rid of my compass, too. Okay, let's go ahead and work on this. So, claim to deploy the Mega Printer platform. So, not going to let me deploy it there, it seems. Let me move it forward. Deployable construction. Dang, man, I forgot. Oh, okay, yeah, we just flipped the switch. Okay. Let's move this back a little bit more. That was close to my current existing base. Kind of feel like I might want to bring that up a little bit, too. Let's get our vehicle out of the way. Park that on our road. Constantly making lots of holes in the ground and constantly fixing them. I forgot I made this big hole over here. Alright, good enough. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm bringing out the level of where I'm currently at. So I can bring this out and set this on top of it. So it's about the same level. Like that. And then this is going to be up and the rest of that's going to be down. All right, there we go. Go. Turn the safety off. Do it. Oh, wow, that's perfect. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, there we go. Now, what we did is this is like a gigantic printer, right? The Mega Printer platform, which they should owe me some money because I'm the one that always does the mega stuff. So we need a bunch of compound, a bunch of zinc, copper, steel. You see what we need right there, right? So guess what? We got a bunch of that, don't we? And so the first thing we're going to probably need is the steel. So we'll look over here and see how our steel's doing. Oh, we ran out of something. Ran out of carbon. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we got a lot of carbon sitting right over here being produced. 88 right now. Run this over here. Run that eventually in. There it goes. Okay. Take this carbon, put it over here. Now, what we want to do, though, is we want to stop our production of nanocarbon alloy, because we're probably good with about 300 of that. I think we'll be fine. And we want to go ahead and have this go ahead and process some of that out of the way. We're going to try to put this down before it keeps putting that in my way. There we go. We're going to move that over. We're going to put that right there. Then we're going to go ahead and grab another one of these, and we're going to go ahead and start our stuff going again here. And it's going to grab one and put it up there, but I have it stopped now, so it should stop after that. There we go, and we'll just grab that one, and we'll put it in here. Or to put it in there now. Now what it's going to do is start to backlog those, right? So it's going to start putting steel in there. It's going to start putting titanium alloy in that one. In that one. And then just keep backlogging those over time. And we could put the big canisters in there and let those go. But I just need a little bit of steel. So we'll let that run for a moment. And I probably should redo my little spreadsheet here. All right, we're going to redo the spreadsheet to build this ginormous thing here. Okay, and we're going to say the distribution launcher system. Did I write that down? I don't think I wrote that one down. Huh, okay. So, and again, you know, looking at everybody, I got a spreadsheet over here, which all the materials that we're going to need for that particular thing. Where the heck are they? Distribution launcher system, the DLS. Okay, and we're going to need 49 compound, 29 zinc, and we're going to need 23 copper, and 7 steel. All right, now the compound, probably going to be pretty easy considering we have a big thing of compound over here. Let's go see how much compound we have left. We got 14 left. Wow. Okay, we used 380 of that. How much do we need? We need 49. Okay, so we'll go back over here. And we'll put that at the end. And we're going to go for a little drive. That up there, go like this. All right, now I like to do stuff that actually helps me in one way or another. We'll go ahead and pull up the radar. I think we already did a northern road. Yes, we did. All right, and also we'll just take this part out right here, so when I'm looking in the future, it won't be visually in my way. A whole bunch of little stuff still there. There we go. So yes, we have a north-south road. And we have a road that goes this way. But we don't have a road that goes the other way. So what we'll do is we'll get over here. And we'll take a look at our map here. Which is going to be east. And we're going to try to avoid hitting our stuff here. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll do a little bit of that. We'll see how this is. Is this on input? Yes. This should be output. Why is that not? I should be swapping back and forth. Maybe I need 2 soil canisters. Ah, there it goes. So I have an extra one on the back here in case I'm not running with the big one. So it's going to do a little bit of conversion here into that. And again, that one holds 140 of these smaller ones, everybody. We figured it out. It's a lot. There's a lot of those smaller ones in there. Or it's not 140. It's like 140 times or something like that. Basically, a whole lot of that up in there. I'll just grab this canister back since that one's working. Okay. Yeah, I see it went here. So what we need to do is put it up here. Or down here. Yeah. Yeah, we kind of interrupted it. It was doing good, too. And now it's doing weird stuff where it's acting like it's going to go out, so we needed to put another canister there to block it so it doesn't go here. That's what's causing that to work. This one's blocked. There we go. Then we'll take this, and we will go ahead and set this to input, which it already is, and this one to input. Well, actually, we'll do that one input later. Do this one. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to use some of that soil to pave, but we're also going to pick up a bunch of soil. And we're going to make ourselves an easterly road here. Again, we want to make sure that we are... Oh, there's actually a thing out here, too. But what we really want is we really want the soil. That's what we're really here to get. But we might as well do two things at once. Make ourselves a nice road that maybe there's some resources over here we might need later. I try to cut ever so slightly down into the ground so that we have lots of stuff. Watch this little move, everybody. Watch this. I'm going to hold the mouse all the way back, move that down, and then pave right over the top of it and bounce it out of the way. Some tricky stuff right there, everybody. Showing you some of my gaming secrets. Now, this is going to take a minute because, holy mackerel, this canister is massive. Oh. Ended up going over something there. Trying to keep it at the level of the ground. More stuff in our way here. Work my magic there. Multitasking for the win. And man, this has been one of the most mountainous playthroughs I've done, where there's just a massive amount of mountain between me and where I'm going. And in this case, that's good because I need as much soil as I can get. But it's hard to tell if you're either going up or down when you're in a tunnel like this, even though it does have an indicator that I'm kind of watching there. It's very hard to do because, see, I have to rotate the camera in like a third person. It's really awkward. Oh, we got all this stuff in the way. Again, we'll just dig a hole by holding the mouse back and then just pushing the mouse forward again and then just cover it up. The great thing about using soil is that you can set this to run for a really, really long time. Like we set that compound going and then all of a sudden we had 400 compound. So it's definitely worth the time to go here and collect a massive amount of soil. But it's definitely difficult to keep it straight. Yeah, see, we're starting to drift, too. We stopped going east, and we start going a little bit of north there. I'm going to correct it a bit. Back going east again. That usually happens when you bump into something, and it'll throw you off course, so you want to check it every now and again. Or you can just leave your radar up if you want. About to hit a bunch of resources here. And see, there it goes. And again, I'll just get those resources out of my way. Realign myself. Dig a big hole for that. Cover it up. I don't need it. What I need is lots and lots of soil. And when you correct your road like that, your road's not going to be straight anymore. So that is kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. Again, I'm just here for the soil, really. It used to be where stuff it would fall down and then you'd have to wait for it to disappear. But now they have it where it just destroys it, which is way better. Way better. You don't have to wait that time. It doesn't slow down your gameplay. Oh, something over the top. See that there? That gray stuff? That gray is something I built. Most likely, that's me collecting soil from the last time. That gray means that I did that. If you do this enough, you could basically shape out the entire world if you wanted to. So going mostly east. This is a long way, everybody. This is a long way. This is a lot of soil. But again, we're going to need a lot of resources. And we could go find some compound, put a bunch of extractors on it. But we're going to go ahead and use our soil canister here. Oh, tripped me up there. Remember, the world's also round too, so it's constantly adjusting, so you got to constantly adjust it back. I'm trying to cut down a little bit from the level just so I am collecting more soil than I'm using to pave the road. That's a long one there. Being a compound, there's a bunch of compound up on that wall. This definitely takes practice. Oh, medium generator. Secret tunnel! Exactly. We are making a very long road underground. And I typically do it in each direction, north, south, east, west. And they don't always match back up. I have made it do it before, everybody, but a lot of times when you're doing this, you'll hit some resources, it'll bounce you around, and then you'll lose your straight well, wow, that was perfect timing, like that. See how it made me go to the left a little bit there? So now I gotta recenter myself going back east, and it can trip you up, but I'm really here just for the soil anyway, so if it doesn't go perfectly around in a circle, that's okay too. We're just all about that soil right now. And since we gotta collect soil anyway, well, we don't have to, but we're choosing to, we might as well make a road at the same time. And we've already used the last canister to make thousands of resources. Thousands of them. And we can go and use extractors and all that stuff, which we've done for our other stuff. We most likely will eventually, too, is go ahead and use extractors. Whoa, look at all that. Yep, it's going to bounce us all over the place. Eventually, we will actually set up compound and resin if we need it that bad. But I like to just get a bunch of soil, then let it run while I'm doing other things. And it will extract, 400 compound here and 400 resin there and so on and so forth. You get the idea. And this takes a minute, man. Again, this is like 100 of those little tiny canisters, man. It's a lot. Oh, and there we go, getting bounced around. Gotta stay on point here. Fun stuff. Mike Rowe, huh? I usually get Tony Hawk. That's the one I get the most. Mike Rowe, I have heard of the Dirty Jobs TV show. I don't forget what he looks like. I don't know, I don't really watch that show, but I'll take your word for it. But really the question is, does he look like me or do I look like him? See, that's the question. If he's older than me, then I look like him. But if he's younger than me, then he looks like me. In fact, we'll go look it up. Hold on. I'll stop for a sec here. Let's see. Mike Rowe. Dirty Jobs. All right, let's see. Yeah, I remember that guy. Again, I don't watch the show, but I have seen him before. Let's see. Mike Rowe. How old is this guy? Let's see. Does it have a wiki on him? Dirty Jobs wiki. Mike Rowe. Let's see. He was born in 1962, so I look like him. I'm 55. He's 64, so he's like 9 years older than me. I guess I'm looking pretty rough. I'm looking pretty rough at 55 if I look like somebody who's 62. But yeah, I can see a little bit of resemblance there. No relation. Yeah, he's up there. So the funny thing is, you see a lot of that stuff in reruns. So, you know, he's still 40 in those reruns. That's the wild thing, everybody, is when you haven't seen a celebrity in a while, and then all of a sudden you look at them, you're like, oh my God, they're like really old, and then you think to yourself, man, I'm getting old. Both of you getting old at the same time. That's how you know. Your dad wasn't a traveling salesman? He was not. No, my dad was an artist and worked at a factory. And he was like the manager of like 10,000 people. Not going to say which factory. I'm not going to say what he did because that's a little bit too much information. But yeah, he did that for 40 years. And then he retired and had another 30 years of retirement. So pretty nice. Long retirement. He's gone now, though. There you go. What did you do before you went pro streamer? I wouldn't call me a pro, but I would say I do this full time. I was a graphic designer. I've been a graphic designer. Been lucky enough to work for the top companies in the world. Not just some of them, all of them. I've done hundreds of thousands of graphic design projects, from billboards to posters to comic books to t-shirts. You name it, I've done everything there is to do. 100% achievement in real life. That's right. You know how you get 100% in a game? I did it IRL, everybody. I've been very lucky to have a wonderful career in graphic design. What I absolutely love since I was very young, and then pursued it very heavily, and pioneered all of the stuff you see today, everybody, like using the very original version of Photoshop, Illustrator, all of those programs. Also did a lot of 3D and architectural design and all of that as well along the way. Done so many things, everybody, so many things, and been very lucky along the way. Also been with my wife for over 35 years and have 3 beautiful daughters who are just now finishing up in high school. My oldest daughter already off in college, studying to be an engineer. My other 2 daughters, one is going to go off to be a doctor, and the other one an artist/scientist, which you need some good imagination, everybody, if you are going to become a scientist as well. So yeah, pretty awesome. So there you go. Oh no, sorry. Bezos has got to get his dollar bills. I'll wait till you come back. Oh, we're done. Speaking of, got so much in the conversation I forgot. We filled that sucker up, everybody. All right, now we're going to go back the other way. We're going to go much faster this way because we're not drilling anymore. Always seems longer on the way back. In real life and in game. Now, I could pick up a bunch of these resources, but totally not worth my time. We're just going to dip back. Again, if I need any resources, I know where to go. I can just go along my little road here and say, oh, I get that resin, I get that compound, I get that stuff. Right? You can always come down here and do that. That's why I make these primary roads like this. I try not to make them too close to each other. Again, I try to put them in different directions so that they don't intersect. And then I can just go all the way around the world. I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, look at this one. We had gone way up and over here. We got tripped up by our stuff there. Yeah, see how it went way up and then now it's coming way back down. It's easy to do that. Easy to get kind of tripped up by the resources. There we go. Record it so I can watch later, please. Yes, well, I record everything. Not only am I recording it on Twitch, but also on YouTube. Locally, I'm recording it. I'm also recording it on Twitter and whatever other ones I'm streaming on, Trovo and on Kick. So you got like 5 different recordings you can go watch. I'm the only one that records every single stream, and have been doing so for 10 years. So I have literally thousands of streams. And highlights, guides, videos, a bunch of IRL stuff as well on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/KismetBP. Don't forget the BP part. I tried to get Kismet, even though no one's using that name, but YouTube refused to give it to me because they said, it's too generic. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm the Kismet. I'm the one. I'm the Alpha and the Omega Kismet, everybody. I'm the original. I've been using that name before any of these other people were even born. Such is the way it goes. Great thing about Bezos running those ads, though, is that then they're blocked for like an hour. You don't have to watch no more ads. Or, like I suggest all the time, everybody, is to get Twitch Prime. The Twitch Prime? No, Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo, because even if you don't subscribe to my channel, if you get your Twitch Turbo, you don't have to watch no ads, as well as you're supporting every streamer you're watching, every single one. So you're really, instead of, spending $5 or whatever it is to sub per month, you're spending $10, but you're supporting millions of streamers. I mean, it's awesome. Really worth it, I think. I think it's totally worth it. Oh my God, did I miss my turn off here? I might have. I wasn't paying attention. Guess I should have put a beacon in here. See, I could accidentally go right past my ramp and end up on the other end of the world. Do see my base is in this direction, so we'll see. We did go a long, long way, so we suddenly end up at a dead end. We'll know that we went the wrong way. Probably could have went that way and been faster. Because I think we went almost... Whoa, look out. I think we went... oh, and of course, I always magically find where a hole is, everybody. I don't know why that is. We'll just drill our way out of here. I get back onto the road and then fix the road. Again, I always magically find, even if I go off the road here, I'll just end up falling in a hole each time. There we go. Fix that back up. All right, there we go. Had to use some of my soil, but such is the way it goes. Trying to get our way back to the ramp that goes to our base. And it's okay. It's okay if Bezos gets his money, everybody. That's what keeps Twitch running. Otherwise, they can't afford to pay for the servers and all that stuff. Then it goes bye-bye. So a few ads is a small price to pay, I think. How we doing? Oh, we're getting there. Yeah, coming up on it. Again, we're just watching for our... Oh, there we go. Look like we made a turn here. Right here. There we go. Found our way back to the base. That was a long way. Man, I think it almost looped. I think I was pretty close to looping the whole world right there. All right. Now we got our soil, and man, can we make a ton of resources now. Let's go over here. Get this fired back up again. Okay, what are we making here? We have our compound. let's go ahead and put this back on compound. Put it on the loop-de-loops. And off you go. We're going to run this out. Take this, put that there. There we go. Okay. That's going to run a ton of compound. What else do we need over here? Let's see. So we need compound. We got that going. We need a bunch of zinc. I don't think we got our zinc going yet, but I did see that we had some sitting around somewhere. Where did we put that zinc? Good question. Or did we use it up? Good questione. Yeah, I think we might have used it up. I know we were using it over here. And again, that one's empty, so that tells me that we probably used that zinc up. We might want to make some more extractors while we're at it. What do we need? Some tungsten carbonide, more rubber. Over here. Yeah, let's get some more of that. Right here. We'll get a couple of those. Throw them up there and it'll automatically grab it. And we can run some out over here. In fact, we'll put a bunch of this over here. Since it's so conveniently right there. Alright, maybe a couple more of these. Just so we can get these things going. Now, the number one thing that we're going to run out of with these extractors is usually your chips. We went and collected a crazy ton of them from Aatrox, so we're good there. Again, we got a bunch more of these we can just throw over there. I want to make sure to turn this off so that, again, when I put more nanocarbon alloy there, I won't just start making a ton of those until I'm ready. Same thing here. And then now it'll make a bunch of those extractors. But we need some zinc. So we can just get some zinc temporarily. What zinc we need? 29. And we'll take this off of here. If I find just random resources, I typically will just throw it over here to have it automatically convert it. Okay, and actually we'll move this up here and put this down here because those things are kind of visually in your way. Alright, time to go get some zinc here. And again, we'll probably do some extractors down here eventually. Might put our rails down here. We saw a bunch of zinc this way. But how far down there was that zinc? That's the real question. There's a bunch of aluminum there. Had I known I needed zinc when I was down here, I would have collected a bunch of it. Ah, there it is. Right there. Ah, not much of it on the lower parts, actually up above. But I see some more out here. We'll create a little... See if we can just use our vehicle to grab it. Oh, yeah. A whole bunch of it. Now, before I start doing too much, it's going to start dropping it on the ground. So I want to go ahead and now set this to input. And it will start to collect those. And you want to have a little bit of a buffer on the back of your vehicle. You don't want to go too fast or it will start to drop them. Oh, starting to get the wrong thing there. There's probably more down below, so I'm going to turn this off, back up, cut down by pulling the mouse backwards. Much easier when you have the paver. And then we'll check over this way. Oh, a little bit over that way. All right, awesome. And trying to avoid grabbing the aluminum there. Let's try this way. The aluminum down there, but don't see too much more of this. Okay. Okay, I think we got the bulk of that. Let's back on out of here. All right, now did some of the work for us. How much did we get? 18, okay. 18's pretty good. Fix my road. Grab a little bit more from up here. And I'm just going to cover this up to say, nope, you don't want to go that way. Okay. Try not to drop that down in there. Widen that out just a bit. Like so. Okay. Now, up there, there is a bunch more. So, we could drive our vehicle up there, but I could also just do this. Make myself a nice steep ramp like that. And get it the old-fashioned way. Oh. Sometimes it tries to kill you. Again, it locked on my shaping, and then tried to kill me there, but luckily I had my jetpack at the ready. More of these in here. What are we at? 23. We need 29. There's some more that dropped over here somewhere, and we're going to hunt those down. Aha, there they are. All right, 27. Now again, we could keep doing this one over here. Probably not worth it. Probably not worth it because we could just go find another node and do that. Now I don't need this laterite, so I'm just going to throw that off to the side along with this organic, which is sticking out of there. All right, onward. And we have this set to input. Yep. Okay, let's dip down the road here and see if we see some more. Ports on the left. Aluminum. What do we got here? Right here. A lot of it up there. Here we go. We're going to go up into it. Holy moly. It's going to dip out of there just to stop it quickly. And there we go. Lots of zinc. Easy as that. And again, we can use our vehicle. There's also an arm you can get on and do it. I haven't done the arm in a really long time. I might actually make the arm. Put the arm on there just for us to get up there and drill it all out and whatnot. I have not done that in forever. Really great in multiplayer because you have one person driving, the other person is getting all the resources. Very, very fun. I wonder if they're going to have vehicles in Starseeker and multi-person vehicles and all that stuff. I guess we'll find out on Thursday, won't we? Again, can't wait to try that out. Going to be super fun. Little pit stop. Give that a little bump. Okay, lots and lots of zinc. Now, we're going to need to take this out. Grab one of these extra containers here. Now, you get a lot more resources if you actually use the extractor than if you just get it yourself. So we're going to let one of these run out. Or a couple of these run out. There we go. And then we're going to tell this to grab it. But if I tell it to grab it right now, it's going to grab this tungsten and all of this stuff. We're just going to pull that out of there so we can set this to input. There it goes. All right, we'll go ahead and convert those. And we have a few extras we'll throw on there as well. Run that in for a second. All right, very nice. Run that back out. That'll do its thing. Whoa, look at this. Here we go with our extractors. Now, again, we're going to start working on our basic extraction after we get our MEGATECH going. We got our big MEGATECH over there. And then we're going to start extracting resin, compound, zinc, all the basics. And I actually do those last because it's way easy for me to grab those because there are so many of them and they're on every single planet. Uh-oh, we got a phone call, but I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, everybody. I had to coordinate some stuff. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me on, just to double check. I like to double check every time I come back because number one thing that happens in the stream, everybody, audio goes off the rails. Okay, so we got all that done. Man, we're making some big progress here. We got a ton of extractors now, too. All right, cool. And we're working on our MEGATECH, so we're waiting on our zinc. Next thing we need is steel and copper. Oh, we got a full canister of steel. All right, nice. We'll get another canister here, turn the sound back on. We'll turn this off for a second so we can do this first and turn this one off and take this and put that there. And we might as well do the same thing with our titanium here so we can get our titanium going. Pull that out of there, put that in there. We're going to prime both of those, then start that back up again. And that'll fill that all back up again. All right, now we got our first element that we're going to put. Our steel right over here. And the cool thing is you can just take these and put them right on there. You can also put the big canisters on there as well. The bigger canisters, these ones. But there's one that's really big that's very difficult to use that with that. But again, we'll just use the small ones for now. So our steel is good. We're going to mark that as blue over here in my spreadsheet right there. See, we got a spreadsheet of all the elements that we need for our distribution system. Now, we need some copper, and we had burned up all of our copper over here. Let's make sure we got that set up. And we're going to need some hydrazine. I think we got enough to get us some way there. We'll grab this extra one here. And we'll grab this. And we're going to run over here, and we're going to get our copper. This way we have a canister to replace the canister that we're picking up. I think I had already put several canisters over here, but that's okay. Then while we're over here, also what we'll do is we will nudge the extractor so it'll extract more copper. Now this spot is not very good because the copper is almost diminished. So eventually we'll find another spot, or we can actually find a spot underground. We can also set up rail systems, all sorts of stuff we could do. All right, actually got quite a bit over here, 114, very nice. So we'll go ahead and set this to input. We'll set this one to input, and what we're going to do is prime these. So both of these will be our copper material. Oh, this did not convert. Oh, I just realized it didn't convert it. Did I not turn this on? Oh, it must have been. Oh, I didn't. That's right. I didn't come back and fix it. So it was the final material. Oh, that was my bad. I knew there was something I forgot, and that was it. In fact, let's turn this the other way. Let's put this over here. All right. So what we want to do is prime both of these. This one here to be the input. I knew it would choose the other one. It's always trying to troll me. All right, over here. Set that to this, okay. And then we'll run another one of these out. We'll go ahead and prime this as this one. We'll go ahead and nudge this to get that going again. And now we've got that set up so that will actually do the conversion over as well. It didn't do the conversion on this because, again, I had not waited for it. And this is what the drawback of not waiting for it is that it didn't do what I wanted it to do. I had to set up the whole process first. And you can see that now it's totally working. And if it does fill this up with copper, which it's not going to do, because based on this, this is about a total one of these containers, right? So if it's all the way to the top, it's going to give you about 400 if it's got a really good node. So we know that this is going to be around 100 or so that it's going to send through, convert, and then be converted when we come back. So we'll let that run, and we'll head back to the base. Because this is more than enough. We only need 23 copper, and this is 100, so this is 4 times as much as what we need. But we will need to do a little conversion. And we're going to go right here. There we go. All right. Do we get enough zinc? Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. We had just finished our zinc. In fact, we could probably use this. Once that zinc is done, we'll wait for this one to move over. There we go. And we put that in there. We can run this out. We'll wait before we run this in until it actually does one. Until it converts one of those iron. Now, I'm always fascinated whether the iron, or the copper in this case, will the copper jump in front of it? It did. So instead of it finishing the ones that were already on the platform, it actually took the new one and is doing that one instead. The reason why you want to know that is because when you're setting up a bunch of complex systems, you'll want to know what it prioritizes and what it doesn't prioritize. You get out of there. There we go. All right, so it's going to run the rest of that. In fact, I could probably stop this for a second just so it'll finish this zinc so we can utilize that zinc. Oh, wait, that zinc is full. That zinc is completely full. All right, that's why it's not putting any more in there. And I use a combination of the bigger ones and the smaller ones. We'll just put one of these in here so it doesn't accidentally put that in there. So we have zinc, we have copper. All right, do your thing. We'll take this zinc. And now we have our second resource. All right, zinc, all good. And now we're just waiting for copper and compound. We need 49 compound, which is actually more than the small canister can hold. So you would need 2 small canisters. And it just so happens we happen to have 2 small canisters right here. How convenient. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start running all of that compound. Actually, it'll run that in first. This is then going to run in there, and we'll let those completely fill. Because this right here has about 200, and this can hold 32, so it's about 64. So we'll just let that run, as well as going to be making more. By the way, we could probably make around, I don't know, 1,600 compound. A lot. More than we need. We only need 49, so we'll let that run. Hey, stop putting that in my backpack. I want to disable that where it doesn't put it in your backpack anymore. That's really annoying. It's auto arm putting it in my backpack as I'm going by. You gotta basically go by it in such a way where you're not in front of it, where it's gonna get you as it's going by. All right, 23 copper is what we need from over here. Let's make sure that we have this running. There we go. And we're already at 4 there, and we got those other 2 over there. We have a little bit of aluminum here too. Maybe clean this up a little bit. We'll drop that over there. Drop that one over there, and we'll grab this one. And since we have an actual spot for our aluminum, this makes this way easier, because then you're not just throwing it on the ground. You can just pick that stuff up. And you can find out where the other one went. Here it is. And I just put it on the table and would automatically put it away, because that's where that goes, right? Again, when you have it sorted and you have it put it in a certain spot, much easier to manage. Much easier to manage that goes there, kind of thing. Okay, so we got that. Again, we're just waiting for our compound to transfer. Oh, but it's already done. All right, we'll run this in. We'll grab this one. And again, we could just use the big canister, by the way. But I want to leave that big canister over there so it can continue to run. And we'll fill up that entire canister full. We'll grab this, and why that's not... Oh, because this is in the way. There we go. All right, that'll keep doing its thing. Sometimes it gets glitched out because there is... Well, it's not really glitched, but there's one at the bottom blocking its ability to run those in. Okay, there we go. We've got our compound. We will mark that off, and we have one last thing to do to get our MEGATECH running. We actually are going to get our MEGATECH going today, everybody. Awesome. We need 23 copper. How many we got? 4, all right. Well, that's zinc. Wrong one. 9, okay. Let's run that back in and swap this, so. Right there, put that there, put this here. There we go. So we got those in the right order, run those out. All right, that's going to take a minute. While that's running out, how are we doing over here? We are all stopped here because we are out of our nitrogen again. So we got to let our nitrogen run. Oh, we got some tungsten right here too. Just put that right up there. We got to let our nitrogen run again. So we'll take out our graphene. We'll grab our atmosphere condenser. And we will let that run like so. Now, one of the things I'll typically do in this process is I'll have the atmosphere condenser behind it on another table, and then feeding the output of that into the actual thing. That's a way to keep it going perpetually, but eventually you're going to run out of graphene, you're going to run out of titanium anyway, and you're going to need to manage that. But we're going to set up a whole process of it actually grabbing the graphene, bringing that over here, grabbing the titanium and bringing that over here, and all of that through the MEGATECH. And that's what's really cool about it, is that you can have it go to other planets and grab stuff. And the only thing we need to do is go over there every now and again and give it a little bump for it to continue to extract those resources. Oh, big thunder coming in. Big thunder. Thunder. And lightning. Okay, while we're waiting here, why don't we make some more nanocarbon alloy? Try to fill that bad boy up. Let's go. Again, since we have so much backlogged here now, everybody, we can just keep running those out. And it'll do its thing. But we need to put this back on loop. And away it goes. All right, how we looking? 18. So close. 23 is what we're aiming for. Man, look at all this stuff, everybody. We got tons and tons of stuff. Again, this is only day 4, everybody. Again, when you know all the secrets like I do, you can do some very fast progression. Day 4, already on MEGATECH. Oh, that one's full. Okay, we want to swap that. How about this one over here? This one's 271. All right, we'll turn this off for a second. We're going to pull this one, put this over here so it can pick up some more of this. And just let that run. And then now we have a full thing of carbon right there. We're actually doing this in 2 spots, one over here and one over there. Still using my medium generators here. I don't really need to use them anymore. It's fine. But we've been running this since the very beginning of this playthrough, so we might as well just keep it going. There we go. Yeah, now it's going to keep going on converting that that organic and making us some more carbon. Because you need a lot of carbon for a lot of different processes. So we'll keep that going. And we also have a bunch of extractors we can use here in a moment once we get ready for our other extraction. Leave that over there. And how are we looking? Oh, one more. All right, and we'll get another canister here to do the rest of this copper. All right, 24 is what we need. We need 23. All right, even better. Run that in. Take this out. Run that in. Wait for this one to finish. Put that in there so it's primed. Run that out. All right. Let's grab it. Go. I think we're ready for some MEGATECH, everybody. Here we go. Run that out, run that out, run that out. I don't think we even need to do that. Hold on. Let's just run that back in. I can't remember if we need to do that at all. I think we just go in here and it says that we have it all. And then we start it. There we go. Yep, I was right. Again, I haven't played in a little while, so. All right. Oh, and we have a small problem, everybody, and that's called power. We got to run some power over here. I know just what to do. Let's get in here and let's get our little power extenders, which I rarely ever use, but they are actually very useful when you're ready. Again, roll over here, and of course, guess what we need? Copper. How convenient. Oh, we need to get some more hydrazine too. My jetpack's running out. Yeah, I can see we're all out of hydrazine over there. Hopefully our hydrazine's working away. We'll just snag a little bit from our vehicle there. We'll also snag a little bit of this from this one over here. Run that back in. Make ourselves some nice power extenders. Get that organic off of my character. Put it over here. Let it convert. Let's put another organic in my backpack. Stop putting that in my backpack. Driving the old man crazy. All right. We'll go ahead and take this out temporarily. Just put it right there. We're going to do this. I'm going to hit V. It's going to drop our thing because we put it in the V slot. These slots at the top here, everybody, they do have a corresponding key. This one is, I believe it is C. Yeah, this one's C and this one's V. So if I hit V, boom, it'll just drop whatever's in that slot I just put there. Just makes it easier when I'm running these. Or you can actually just tell it to do it the other way manually. I probably want to widen this out a little bit more. There we go. And we're just going to run this power. Now you can see this power is going in a single direction. I'm just going to try to maximize it till it breaks. Then back it up. Run it again. Come on. There you go. And this way I don't have to run as many, and there's not as many in my way. And now we have a general idea of how far it's going to be. So right here to right here. So let's say right here. It doesn't really matter because I can make an absolute 10 of these. But I just try to maximize that distance. And then V for another one. And then we'll just split the difference here. This here. And that there. Aha, there we go. All right, we got some power. Now, I'm not a big fan of having them go a single direction, so I will have it go both directions. And here we go. MEGATECH underway. So cool. We did it! Yay! All right, congratulations to us. MEGATECH has been unlocked once again. Okay, so we're just going to follow the questing in here. If I can find the questing thing. There we go. And there we go. So what are we going to get? Some power extenders. We're going to get... what else? Scroll down. No, this one. Scroll down. And a trailer, I think it is. All right. Can we get it from here? I don't think we get it from here. I think we get it from our launch pad. Oh man, we gotta definitely go get some hydrazine. Maybe we'll take a side trip here. Gotta make sure I don't overrun here as well, because I do gotta run out. Let's see, how much time would that be from now? Say an hour and 15 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for an hour and 15 minutes called Take Car In. There we go. All right, so that'll remind me, we'll go about another hour and see if we can get some more of this MEGATECH done. What are we doing? Making sure we have fuel. We can take this out of here now, so I have both my jetpacks. There we go. We gotta go swap for some more hydrazine. Let's go. And we'll do some bumps while we're there. Get some bumping going on. All right, where are you at? Caldor is where we're going. A couple of these extra now. Oh yeah, there we go. Bunch of hydrazine. Oops. Run some of those out, and we'll just immediately put those on our vehicles. The one on the left needs one. Yep. And there we go. And let's see. Jetpack's about to run out. We'll grab one for us. Run that in there. Do some bumping here of our extractors. Hate it when it does that. But it is what it is. Alright, get over here. There you are. This one to this one. This one's already connected, I think, in the back. Nope. But this one's connected. That one's connected to that one. So this one needs to connect over here somehow. This one needs to connect to this one. I have it connected in the back, I have it connected in the front. So I can disconnect this one and connect these together. There we go. Now we got all three of them going. Let those extract those, make some more hydrazine. We will run these in. There we go. Put that up there. Run this to pick that up. There we go. And see it putting the hydrogen in from over there, because I have it set in such, I have it set back so that it just can reach it where it puts the hydrogen in. And that's going to do that and get us some more of that hydrazine. Yada yada. We got some more MEGATECH to do. See how much of this we can get going. Again, this is why we're collecting so many resources and letting it produce all these resources, is to unlock this big stuff. And it gets even more and more and more resources the more of these things that you unlock. Okay, now speaking of unlocking stuff, now that we got that squared away, we'll pull this off of here. Probably not run it out right now. We'll turn it this way. We'll turn that off. We'll run this out just so we can access it. There we go. Then we'll go ahead and get our rewards here. Or just move this off of here for a moment. So yeah, we got ourselves a little trailer. Seems a little bit underpowered now. But there we go. And then we're going to get an extra large platform and the Mega Destructor schematic. I don't know why I can't scroll this stuff here. There we go. Mega Destructor schematic, which is something we're going to need. All right. And always use another big old table. And you definitely want to set this back from your base, everybody. Or you can put this down and put a whole bunch of the other stuff down and then build your base around it, which is what we're going to do eventually. We're going to use this as the center of our base and build around it and basically move all of this over there. Or move it where it's appropriate, where we can bring in those materials. So you want to think about that long run stuff as well. Let's go ahead and unlock that, or hide that one so we're not doing that one. Let's see. What else are we working on? Well, that was weird. Echoes of the Past. See, now I don't know which one I'm working on. So we did this one. So print the distribution launcher system, which we did. The Mega Destructor. That's what it is. Okay. So over here we go. Now, there are a bunch of things that you can launch. There's a bunch of modules on the side here. The first one is the DLS, which is what this is, right? The distributing launcher system. You can put it on other planets and have it distributing it there. Also, we have other options that we can do. We can go in here and press the button, I think. Does it have power? I think I gotta chain the power to this, or is it already have power from over there? That's a good question. And we also have our little research files back here. I think we read this before. But basically, congratulations, you unlocked some stuff. We do not have any power. I can see that the power is not there, and we need 50 power. Oh, mama. We need some serious power. We're going to need some tower of power over here. Let's go. Let's see. Which way do I want to go? Probably right. So we'll go right here. And what we're going to do is chain this side to this table. And then have this table go around the side here. And try to find where that plug is. Oh, of course it's on that side. That's kind of in the back anyway. So we'll chain that around there. We'll use this specifically, not only for the power for the rest of the base, but right here is where we're going to use it for. But let's go make our tower of power, and we have plenty of RTGs, so it's not going to be an issue. But we'll need at least like 15 of them to power that big bad boy. So let's get over here and let's keep making these big boys. Oh, I think it's the medium printer, I think. Let's find out. What we need is we need our very large tower thingies. Right there. All right, we're going to need a bunch of steel. We're going to steal some steel. How about that? Take that steel. Put that right over there. And what else do we need? We just need steel. All right, cool. We're going to run that out. We're going to say make a whole bunch of those. We're going to put that on loop. Move our graphene out of the way. Then we're going to go over here. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to switch around to large silo B, and we're going to tell it to make a bunch of those over there. So we're dual printing right over there. Now, while we're waiting for that, we can go ahead and get our RTGs going here. Maybe we'll just consolidate this one onto this one. And you're like, dang, Kismet, you got a lot of RTGs. You know it. We were getting that going last time and also into this time. Oh, we've got a tremendous amount of those. Now, if we need more of those, guess what? We got like several hundred of nanocarbon alloy over there where we can make hundreds of these now. But just to get her started up, and we need our extenders. By the way, you can also just put these on the ground and just hit F. So just pop these out like that. And again, we'll just kind of eyeball what our max distance is now. And then, yeah, I kind of feel like that's a little too far. Yeah, looks like we're going to get, say, right about here. There we go. We're going to need another one in between. We're going to lock this table. And we're just going to go ahead and start with some of these RTGs here. There we go. Now, I had some other extenders that I got from that quest. So we're going to go ahead and find out what I did with those right there. If you're going to do a whole bunch of these, again, typically I will take my jetpack out and then put it up here because it's just easy for me to hit V. Like that. And then down to here. This one to there. And then I always switch this to go in both directions. So it can go back and power back that way. And then we're going to go ahead and run this around over here. I don't remember doing this last time, but I might have done it. I don't remember. Let's see if there's any other plugs that might be missing that are actually closer. I honestly don't remember. No. Nope. All right, let's just keep going. We're getting there. Let's say there. This one that way. This one this way. Oh, come on, you. I know you go there. And then toggle both directions. There we go. And then this should start powering up right over here. There we go. Now we're doing good. And now we can put our jetpack back on. Like that. Okay. And we need our towers. Okay, now I like to use RTGs again because they are fusion power and they will run and run and run. So we're going to take our RTGs and put them up on this, which I call the Tower of Power. Nope, nope, like this. We'll just put a bunch of these in each of the slots, like this, and then good to go. So we got 3 on that side, 3 on this side. This will be a total of 12, and like I said, we need about 15. But this will definitely give us lots and lots of power. Like this. And there we go. Now, not only am I going to produce power for this, but future things that we're going to do. So that's why we're printing a whole lot of these suckers right over here. Again, we'll just let those keep on keeping on. Again, not only is it going to power this, but I already know because I've played a little bit of the MEGATECH in the fact that we're just probably just going to need every single one of these RTGs we could possibly muster. So let's go. And I like to let them expand while I'm putting the next one on. It's much more efficient, I find, time-wise. Turn that around the other way. Hey, sorry, what's 12 times 4? 48 power on each of these. So you can see it's not quite enough to do that whole thing. One of these is 2 less than what you need. But there we go. Put this back over here. And there we go. Now you know why we've been working so hard to make as much nanocarbon alloy as we could there. We are out of titanium alloy, but here's the good news. I got another stack of it right here. All right, run it out, make some more. Run this out as well. Look at that, everybody. Holy moly, filling that whole thing up. All right, I think we made enough of these. I think we're good. Let's go ahead and stop this. There we go. All right, we'll switch to something else so it stops acting like it's going to print. There we go. And we got a lot of those now. And again, we'll make a whole bunch. Now, it really makes the RTGs super fast, everybody. Really, the thing that takes a while, or takes a minute anyway, is these big towers. So what we're going to try to do is basically give it about 200 power over here. And see, I'm always thinking like 20 steps ahead, everybody. I'm always thinking very, very far ahead of what I'm doing. Like right now, we're working on that nanocarbon alloy. We did that at the very beginning, which was 4 hours ago. So when we get to this point, when we're ready to run the MEGATECH, we'll have plenty of room. There we go. Now, speaking of MEGATECH, and actually some fuel for my jetpack over here. Again, we went and got some of this, and now we don't got a problem. All right. Now we're ready to run these out again. We could probably stop the output of this and this. Move this off of here. Then we're going to need move that off. And now we have a very large thing of lithium over here. And we are about to make a whole crazy ton of these. We're going to need to also organize these as well. So this one will be our output. Actually, I think this one's already set to that. This one's already set. There we go. All right, so we're going to put it on the table so that it can grab the resources from the stuff there. We're going to go ahead and borrow this one right here. We're going to snap that out of there like this, and this is going to do some of our work for us. So the first thing we're going to do is move this back just a little bit. We'll get all this stuff out the way. And we could make a rack to put all that stuff on, but eh. And then we're going to put that right there, and we're going to put this right here, and we will turn this on loop. Start that up, start these two up. And again, we have already backlogged a ton of resources. And you'll see these RTGs go pretty fast. I'll take the steel out of here and maybe just set it over there. And it fell down. Set it over here for later. All right, now what we want to do is have this limited to just grabbing RTGs, and then we'll turn this on. Now what it's going to do is do a lot of the work for us. Instead of me manually sitting there and putting them up onto the thing, it's going to go ahead and recognize it there, but I need to give it some power. There we go. And we'll go ahead and grab it, automatically put it, and fill these things up with it. So when we come back, it might have all of those completely filled with a massive amount. And again, I have it set where both of them are within the output area. So it'll do its thing for a minute while we go over here and see what else we can do on this MEGATECH. Okay, now there we go. And again, we can load multiple of these over here. This one is construction anchor load button. Okay, so these are DLSs here. What's this button do? Oh, loaded. Unload. All right, so we have a bunch of DLSs for other things. Let's go ahead and load this one. Construction anchor. No, we don't have one. Yeah, this is construction anchor load. So all we have is the DLSs. Okay. So we just, I think it just did our quest, whatever it was. Yes, ready to launch. Okay. Load a construction anchor into the DLS. Oh, my bad. Okay. There it is. Now it's loaded. Then what do we need to do? Looks like your DLS is ready for use. Please choose a construction anchor and load it into the distributing launcher, which we did. And we want to go ahead and get the rewards for that. We probably want to go ahead and make a landing pad as well. Oh, actually, I think we can claim certain ones up here. Yeah, it's going to give us a small shuttle there. By the way, we could have done this way earlier in the playthrough. That's why it's giving us this kind of small stuff. But we'll go ahead and collect that small shuttle, which I'm probably just going to throw off to the side here and eventually blow it up and use it as scrap, because we're already way past that. All right, anchors away. Print your construction anchor landing pad. Deploy the construction anchor landing pad. Call the construction anchor to the construction anchor landing pad. Okay. Again, I don't remember exactly what the thing is, but I think we're going to need a bunch of resources. I think we had to go over here. Yes, construction anchor landing pad. We need 2 aluminum alloy, 2 ceramic, and an exo chip. Let's hope we didn't burn up all of our exo chips, but I kind of feel like we did. Oh, we didn't. All right, right here. Thank you very much. I shall take that. I forgot how many I needed to. I've already forgotten. Now, it took me a while to figure this out, but you just put these on the side here where it's kind of got these things. You don't have to put it exactly where it says, but I do because I'm that way. Ceramic and aluminum alloy. let's go ahead and clear my inventory here of these here so I don't have to keep running back. Aluminum alloy. And again, you're like, Kismet, why are you making all that aluminum alloy? Now you know. Run this back over here. And we're going to put that aluminum alloy right in there. Next one, ceramic. Kismet, why were you making all that ceramic? Now you know. See? I'm telling you, everybody. Very fun to really figure out the mechanics of a game and then just next level it. Oh my gosh, look at that. That copper's all filled up. Hold on, we got to get some more copper over here. Or something to put the copper in. Actually, we just get one of these big ones and put it in there. I think a better idea. Come on, you. All right. All right, we're going to stop this one. We're going to take the glass canister out of there, stick it over there. We're going to take this big bad boy, turn it that way, put this in here, put that right there. See if it's facing forward. There we go. And then we're going to run this one out into this one and also let it finish the rest of what it's doing as well. And then that's just zinc back there. And that is making it. Look at it go on these RTGs. Go, baby, go. In fact, I'll just grab this one. So I got to fly back anyway. And we'll do some more. And I'll keep filling up that other one while I'm doing this one. You really want a lot of power at this point. Again, remember all these things are going to require a massive sum of power. Pull that out of there. Next level in this right here. Put all those in there. And we'll just put them all in and then expand them later. Just need to make sure that they're not overlapping on the same spot. Doesn't matter if you put it in the top one or the bottom one. As long as they're just in one slot when you undo them. Again, this is 48 power. And more than it just being 48 power, it's unlimited power. It'll never stop producing power. And we'll take one last look to make sure we did expand them all. We sure did. Bam, 48 power right there. Runs 24/7. Never stops running. Leave that one there. Grab dish. Come here, you. Let's go. And back we go again. Put that right in there. I put one on there while I was flying by. That's funny. We'll get to running the thing here in a minute. We want to get all this power ready to go, and then we don't have to think about it for a while. And you probably get the gist here. If we need more, what will we do? Well, we'll just make another table, make a bunch more of these tower things, or actually we already have a bunch more, and then put more down. Stay still. There we go. Making some big strides today. Bunch of power. Double check, they all expanded. Boom. All right, this is about 200 power right there. Sweet. Run this back. Those right there. And we have 266 nanocarbon alloys left and 153 lithium. We're actually going to run these back in because guess what? We're going to double this up. We're going to double this up. Let's make it go a little faster. Because now that we have plenty of power to run that thing and all this other stuff, we're just going to do that. Oh, I forgot to put it on loop. There we go. Do your thing. Run that out. Now we're going to dual run those bad boys. Oh, yeah, we're going to have a lot of those in a minute. We're going to have a lot. Okay, back over here. Now, a lot of times when you go to craft stuff like this, it will work in your backpack, because you can see I have the ceramic in your backpack. It does not work with the MEGATECH. With the MEGATECH, you do got to have it in the thing. You can try to put it in there. There we go. Then it will recognize, it'll turn blue here, that you have all the things that you need. Construction anchor, landing pad. Off it goes. All right, and there we go. Now we got our construction anchor landing pad, and we're going to do the same thing that we did over here, where we go ahead and flatten this out again a little higher than the ground level, and we're just going to go like this. There we go, and then we'll grab some soil from over here, easy mode. Hold it down, control. Widening this out nicely. There we go. And then we're going to say deploy it, but it will actually let you know whether it can go there or not. But I brought it up, and you'll see why. Because basically, it's just like a landing pad, right? It's like a landing pad, except for it has a button. And you can say, use that button. Like, it didn't do anything, Kismet. There we go. So, call the anchor. So, I called the anchor to the thing by pressing the button. There we go. Now, what that did is gave me another one of these things, but this one is called an intermodal terminal construction anchor, aka the ability to run stuff back and forth between planets. So there you go. So we're going to go ahead and put this out here as well. Now, I don't want to put it too close because I do want to have a bit of room to bring all this stuff in like that. But again, we're just going to widen this out. Again, trying to keep it. Oh, I need more. Actually, I should probably get a few more canisters too. Let's go over here and scalp a little bit of resources over here. Why is this one not running? Oh, it needs methane. That's why. It needs some methane there. All right, we need some more canisters. Just to help us have more stuff so we can shape more stuff. Get more dirt at the same time, and then shape big areas. Again, I wish they had foundations. If they had foundations, you could put a bunch of foundations down first, and then align all that stuff. Take all this stuff out up here. And I end up taking out entire mountains, everybody. I take out so much soil in this game. Apparently on console you might have problems with lagging if you do too much. On PC, if you have a pretty good PC, I'm playing a local game here. It works pretty well. I do find that they're still kind of working on their server tech. It does kind of lag sometimes, especially when you're drilling with your vehicle on the server. But I've not played on the server in a while, so they may have fixed it by now. I don't know. They may have fixed all of that while I was taking a break doing other things. And I'm sure we'll get around to doing that. Now, when you play the other one in the future, Star Seeker. Oh, this other one's about to die too. Might as well just fly back. When you play Star Seeker, that one's built around multiplayer. So, and you can only use their servers. You can't have your own server, which totally sucks. I think the best way to make a game, everybody, if you're going to make it multiplayer, is to let the user either use your servers or have their own servers. I think that's always the best way, because this way you can set up a server, you can set up the way that you like it to set up, and you can just invite your friends to play. Very much like we do in 7 Days to Die. We have also done it in Valheim, and just a whole giant list of games. And even more games coming up, by the way. Even more stuff coming up. And I'll announce that when I can, when they let me. As well. All right, so we got that done. We got our thing here. We got this deployed there. We were getting a bunch of soil so we could do this. There we go. And we're going to bring this bad boy up a bit. Just so I have it in this higher thing. I learned that last time that I want to have this part up. It's okay if that part's a little bit down. But I definitely want to make sure that this is up a little bit. There we go. And then we'll turn off our safety and we'll deploy. I'm going to move out the way. Again, this just kind of elevates this a little bit up out of there. Okay, now again, we're going to need some resources. So we're going to need resin, aluminum. I think I wrote this one down. And we got this other one already done. So we'll mark these as, oops. We'll mark that one as done. This one done. Okay, actually both of these, I just do the whole line here. If you don't know what I'm looking at, everybody, spreadsheet right there. And again, we wrote down last time what we needed. Oh, this says 150 resin. Did they reduce? They must have reduced the amount of resin. So I have it written down as 150 from before. Yeah, they did. They reduced this. Yeah, down from 30 to 20. The ceramic went down from 30 to 10. Well, hey, look at that. We learned some stuff, didn't we? I'm sure it was in the patch notes somewhere. Also from 15 steel to 5 steel, and titanium alloy from 5 titanium alloy to 2 titanium alloy. Okay, well, I think we got some of that laying around. Let's start with our resin. And we got 248 resin right here, everybody. We're just going to take the big boy and put it right over here. There we go. Boom. Resin on the lock. Now we got to have aluminum. I know we got a smidge of that. In fact, we have 288. By the way, we just did that today. Most of this we did today. Some of it we did it yesterday or last time. Not yesterday, but last time. But we just did most of that today, so pretty cool. 10 ceramic. Again, now you know why I did lots of ceramic. You're not kidding me. There's no point in doing that ceramic. Oh, yes, there is. Oh, yes, there was. And by the way, I didn't even look at my spreadsheet. I just know that I'm going to need ceramic, so that's why I set that up. And now that we know, because I don't remember all of this, everybody. I don't remember exactly what I did on all of these. We're going to need some steel as well. Hopefully we got some of that left over. I thought we did when we were working this over here. I see some there. I see some here. Let's go ahead and run some of that steel back in like this. So you prime it first, then you put it up here, and it will grab a bunch of that steel. Let's see how much we have. We need 5 steel. We have 3. There's 4. Let's see. We had... Oh, and there is number 5 right there. That's all we need. We got it. Throw that on there. And now a little bit of titanium alloy. And that we definitely have. Now you know why I scaled all that up, everybody, because this is a lot of resources, especially on the resin. It used to be 150, so I did it when it was 150, everybody. That just tells you. But we also need more power over here, so we're going to need to run our power. Let's see, how do we want to run this power? We need something that'll split the power right here, maybe a little table. Go see how our... things are doing over here. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, we better stop. Oh geez. Oh boy. Red alert, red alert. Too many. Too many. That's a great problem to have, everybody. You got so many RTGs, you don't know what to do with it. We're going to need to make some things that we can put those on. Let's go ahead and switch this. Oh, we got to put this back like this. There we go. Put that back in there. We're making a mess. Okay, we need one of those canister thingies. Little silos. There we go. We need some titanium for that. Kind of feel like we just got some sitting right here. We sure do. All right, throw that there. Throw that there. Make one of these silos. Same thing here. Same thing there. All right. I think we made a little too many. But you never have too many RTGs, by the way. You know we're going to need an absolute ton of those later anyway. Oh boy, I don't even know where it went. Where did it put it? Alright, we're going to pull some of these out of here so we can find... where. Oh, right here. Okay, there we go. So we're going to make another one of these. So our little arm goes here and starts to put that stuff away. There we go. And then we'll print another one. It'll start to clean that up for us. In fact, we could probably help it a little bit here. Get the ones that it can't reach. There we go. Ah, keeps offsetting it. There we go. We might need another one. Let's just make another one. I love this problem. Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, let's make one more just in case. We'll need it later on anyway, so we'll be fine. Notice it's not grabbing that one because I have it limited to RTGs. There we go. All right, we got that fixed. All right, what are we going to next? Let's see. We were working on extending our power. We wanted to make a table. That's what it was. So I came over here in the first place. Make one of these little tables that I use all the time. Where are those tables? T-platform. There it is. Okay, we need a couple resin. We ran off with our resin, so we're going to snag some from up here. And from over here. And we'll make one of our tables here. We need to make our... Normally I don't unlock some of this stuff, so you don't have to click through it. There we go. Copper. Which we were doing over here. Right here. Oh, we'll probably put our canisters down for a minute. Actually, put the one that has the dirt back in there. There we go. I'll make some more extenders. Okay, very nice. And we have our table. We outie. Alright, so what I'm going to do is use my little table here, which I really like. These tables are awesome. Especially for putting your resources on there and just kind of labeling your resources. So I'm going to go ahead and stop that there. I'm going to move that when I didn't want to. There we go. I wish that you could lock all that stuff too. That would be really nice. And there we go. So we're basically going to create a split there. So we can back chain all that power across there. Now what we're going to do is just do this because we know we're going to use a bunch of these. So we're just going to do like 4 of them there. And actually, this one's actually in a decent spot. We're going to try to run it around our landing pad here to kind of get it out of the way. And we're going to see if Kismet can just eyeball this. That's not bad, not bad. All right, let's see if it works. Here. To there. This one. And got it. All right, awesome. And then dual direction. All right, very nice. Nailed it. Okay, now we want to fire this up. Now that we have all the resources, we can double check because this will all turn blue. Go. Now you know why I need all that power. I love to watch it print the MEGATECH too. It's really cool. Cool. All right. And so we will go over here, and now we're going to get our construction anchor landing pad, and we're also going to get cosmetic, excuse our dust, and a large wind turbine. So a lot of cool stuff. Let's go get our rewards. Over here. All right, another nice large solar panel. We'll just put that big bad boy right there. That produces 9 power, everybody, so really nice. Another big old wind turbine. Again, you can see we have them over here from another quest. And that produces 10 power. Look at it go. All right, nice. And then we have the construction landing pad over here. And again, we'll go look at our quest. Leaf of Faith. Print the Biodome Stage 1 package. All right, and again, this is a construction engineering landing pad. Don't confuse it because that's what this is right here too. So you're going to need this on another planet somewhere. So we're just going to keep that for, oh, actually, we just put it on our ship while we're thinking about it. And then use it when we go to another planet. Over here. Okay. How we looking? We're looking good. Got that going. Got the other thing going. We got power going here. We need to, I think, chain the power over here if I'm remembering correctly. Yes, we do. Okay, we'll run it on this side. And we'll just use this as a base and hold down control and just kind of dip that around the side. Wait, we got some of this already on the ground somewhere. Back over here. There we go. Might as well use the one we got right there. And again, we're just going to eyeball it around the corner here. Put this down. Again, if you're going to do a bunch of these in a sequence, sometimes it's just easier to do it this way. Put it on the ground and just expand it. Where are we going? We're going this way. Again, just eyeballing the distances. Looks good, looks good, looks good. All right. And again, we could get it even tighter if we wanted to. But if it works, it works. There we go. Dual direction. Now we can see this is powering up with the little lights going there. Where's the actual thing that's showing us is powered up? I forget where there's an indicator. I forget if there's like a little battery indicator or if that's just saying that, hey, this power is flowing. You're all good. This takes how much power? It doesn't say. You know, that takes 25 power when activated. But this, I forget. Okay, everybody, right here, this is a massive, large fluid soil canister. Honestly, I have not figured out how to transfer the hydrazine in there, but let's go figure it out. Speaking of hydrazine. Ran out. All right, let's see if I can remember how to get this hydrazine in there. And this is the whole reason I'll go find some ammonium and make hydrazine here is just for this. I think we can put it over here if I remember correctly. Let's see. Put it here and have it run out. Maybe not. How can I run that hydrazine in there? Got all these things here. You can't pick this up and you can't move it. Enable output, enable input. I mean, I could do it manually by telling it to output and then moving it over. But it's like I need an auto arm to transfer that over. So we're going to use its level here. And probably a good idea to get rid of some of this stuff. Oh, there's actually a research item under there. Don't care. Get out of there. Very rare that you actually find those underneath there, at least for me. Again, you see it also pushed the mountain back. See how it cut out a part of that mountain? It actually pushed that back for you automatically and flattened it out, which is pretty cool. The world is not flat, by the way. The world is very much rounded, so the further out you go, the higher it's going to seem like you're going, but it's not. It's just the world is rounding off like that. So as you're going at the same level, the world starts to round down, and then all of a sudden you get that gap between the world size and where you are. Man, put that right by my road perfectly. Look at that. Nice. Okay. So we got to remember how to do this. We're going to have to definitely do some sort of like train that comes in, brings the hydrazine in, and then feeds it into these. So we could use a table right now. Let's go. And an auto arm. How's my research doing? 63,000. We could probably decommission our research over here now. This has been running since the very beginning of the game, and basically just been auto running my research. And we'll just keep one of them, and we'll use this other auto arm for this over here. And if we really wanted to, we could go get 500,000 research right now. If we wanted to bad enough. So we're going to do it on this one on the outside first. See if we can get that going. All right, almost out of time. All right, here we go. We're going to try this, see if it works. Okay, we're going to take one of these, put it here. We're going to grab it from this side, and we're going to put it in from that side. We're going to need some power, though, so we're going to need one of those extenders. We're using a lot of extenders. Now, again, we haven't really got our rail systems going yet, but we will definitely need those. Aha! All right, that's how you do that. Sweet. All right, now I'm going to do that on all of those so that it basically puts that hydrazine in there. Because each one of these are separate pads. So this is most likely the C pad. Yeah, this one's the C pad. Now what we need is we need a rocket ship. Now, I just happen to have one right over here, though we can use the smaller one if we want to. Do not use the medium one, by the way. I think I learned that last time, but it might have been just was an issue. You might be able to use the medium ones now, but I'm going to use the very large one. Right over here. There we go. Now, what we wanted to do is to fill up the thing with this as well. So if we say output, let's see if it automatically fills it up. It absolutely does. So there we go. All right, cool. Now we know. Oops. Oopsie. Hold on, I'm going to stop this for a second. Can we get that out from under there now? Oh, we're able to get it. All right, cool. All right. Again, we'll limit that just to hydrazine, and that will do its thing. Okay, so now what this is going to do is refuel your ships when they're coming back and forth, right? So you'd want to put this wherever you're making the hydrazine, obviously. Like I would put it on Caldor, and actually one of these things will be Caldor coming back and bringing me the hydrazine, right? So what I want to do is that would be the first place you'd want to set up where you're doing your fuel. So that's why all of these extra things that I did make, I got a little bit ahead of myself, but I made a bunch of extra containers wherever they went. Where did they go? Did I not have any undone? Apparently, I have these ones. Oh, there they are. Large fluid and soil canister. So what we want to do is bring back the hydrazine automatically back to the base. So we're going to go ahead and put that right there. Now here's another thing we could try. We could take this and put this right here and see if it automatically outputs it like this down here. Yes, there we go. But the problem is it doesn't grab it from here and automatically put it in there, which is a bummer. You also have a bunch of trigger points here where you can trigger stuff. Forget how to get rid of it. Left click. You can trigger it that way as well. So it'd be nice if you could have this come in and then that would automatically pick that up. We definitely want to put something right here to block that. Probably an RTG would be a good idea. So it's pulling it in too. So that's pulling it in. This one's pulling it in. This is outputting to do this. Okay, now we need another one of these intermodal terminals. So let's go make another one of those. Right over here. 50 resin. We already have all that stuff. We already made the terminal. We already have the construction thing. The intermodal terminal, which is that one over here. It's this one. Oh, but that's to actually construct it there. Where... Yeah, to make the thing. So we got to make the one here so we have the component thing. Yeah, and those are a bunch of DLSs there. Okay. So we're going to need one of these. No, we don't need that. We just need the thing here. Okay, so we need all the things we needed before. Aluminum alloy, ceramic, all that stuff. Actually, let's just double check. And what are we trying to make? Construction anchor landing pad, which we already have. So construction anchor landing pad. And then construction anchor not loaded. DLS. Forgot how we changed that. There's actually a thing over here too. Orbital platform, which I have not gotten to yet. Open that up too. I have not done that yet in the MEGATECH. We're going to try. Running out of time. Yeah, I don't need that. Again, I have the construction anchor landing pad. I need to launch a construction anchor that goes to the intermodal thing. See, this is the part that confuses me. The intermodal terminal is what I need. Interplanetary transportation facility where cargo and trains can be transferred to automatic shuttles. Right. And we got that from our construction anchor originally. But how do we get it? Construction anchor from the DLS. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll put this in there. Then... Oh, yeah, that's right. We got to put this on the other planet. That's what we got to do. Okay. What did I do with it? Left it over here. Okay, we got to take this, go over to Caldor, put that bad boy down. Oh, you cannot take off from it while it's on that pad. Oh, interesting to know. Okay. Just take it off the pad and launch. Do it myself. It's kind of cool, though, because if you think about it, if you wanted to fuel up your ship that you're using, you just throw it on there and automatically fuel it up, and you take it off of there, and you don't have to do the whole little, like, thing I've been doing that drives me crazy where you're trying to put the little thing under there. We'll automatically fill that up. I'm definitely making massive sums of hydrazine that's going to fuel that. Of course, it's on the far side of the planet. Oh, man, our time is ticking down. Try to get as much done as I can. Then looking forward to some Starseeker, everybody. Going to be very fun. Very, very fun. We probably won't stream Override on... we're going to stream Override on Thursday. We may do a bonus stream on Friday for Starseeker. We're not going to override 7 Days to Die for the team. We'll play as a team. Unless we all decide we want to play Starseeker, which probably not going to happen. Then maybe on Sunday we might override as well. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, so now what we need to do is get this in such a way that we can take all of this extraction here, convert it into hydrazine, and then send it back the other way. So I'm going to put this right here. And we're going to try to flatten all this out eventually. Oop, we should have turned this around the other way. Hold on. We're going to collapse it. We're going to turn it around this way. There we go. And then use. Oh, there it is. I was just being impatient. All right, and that should be the intermodal thing. All right, there we go. Okay, now we're learning. So I do want to put this over here, but I don't want to really mess up my stuff. We want it to be C as well. Which one is C? I think C is the one in the back left corner. Out of hydrazine, of course. We're just going to set it over there for a minute. Hold on. Let's go get some hydrazine for our jetpack. Whatever. Whatever. Grab it from over here. Okay. Now we got to figure out what we want to do over here. And we want to get C aimed toward this, I believe. Oh, and by the way, you can move your mouse up and down, and that will control the height of it. I don't care about this. Yeah, see, that's in the ground there. I don't like that. Don't like it being in the ground. Nope, don't do that. It's totally in the ground. All right. I gotta move some of my stuff. I see my little buggies in the way. You don't want any of this stuff to be in the way, everybody, or it will definitely wipe that stuff out or bury it in sand. You can move your landing pad if you didn't know. Just pick it up and move it, just like that. Easy peasy. And I think we'll just move this one too while we're at it, just to be safe. I like how my vehicle's flipped over there. Nice. Okay, this thing is big, everybody. It's going to be very big, so we do need to make a lot of room, but we do want it to be close to where it is. Oh, I see a thing over there, too. Yes, okay. So we'll give that a try, see what happens. We're also going to need to bring a bunch of power over here, too. I need to get out of the way. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Nice. See how I made its own little pad there, too? And again, we're not too close where we disrupted the materials, and we put it on pad C because that's where it's going to end up. It's going to end up on pad C. Hopefully that's pad C. We'll see. And then, of course, it's going to need 25 power, so we're going to need to run some power to it. We're going to need to do a whole bunch of that. Bring our resin, aluminum. We're going to set that up. It's going to bring our hydrazine to us automatically. And also, by the way, I could go and set up other hydrogen extraction and conversion, and then have it all run right to here, where it's picking it up from different places all around the planet as well. Especially with your rail systems, that's a really cool thing to set up. It's basically like trains. You're setting up a whole bunch of stuff, and it's just bringing it in from all over the place, which is really cool. But sadly, we are out of time. You're like, Kismet, you were just getting on the groove. I know. But we'll go ahead and leave right here to remind me next time that we are working on this. Probably a good idea also while we're thinking about it. Just kind of dip over here, run this in, give it a little nudge. Let this go back to work. Little nut. Get in there. There you go. Let that run and do its thing. I like to be inside my shelter or inside the ship, away from the danger. Yeah, that is really cool. That's an awesome spot for that, too. Okay. We got that cool. That's all cool. We can actually put our landing pad over here, too. We just put our landing pad on this far side where it's got a little bit of space. Move that over there. Probably end up moving all of our tables here other than our extractor. Over here, put the power into this. Probably add some towers of power. Run all of the extensions over here so we can use the extractors and then extract it. Run the hydrazine to pad C. And then have it going back and forth. Then we'll make another one of these over on Glacio. Same thing, except for we're going to use all three. So we'll bring in all three of graphite, titanium, and steel. And then we'll have that automatically drop itself off. Yeah, it's going to be cool, everybody. Very, very cool. All right, time for the Kismet Love Train. Here we go. Man, that game is tremendously fun, everybody. So incredibly fun. You get all wrapped up in it. I tell you, that was like the fastest 5 hours ever. Or like, boop, like that. So, going to roll on out of here, everybody. I appreciate you all coming in and hanging out in the stream. Now, here's what we're going to be doing, everybody. We're going to be back hopefully later tonight, Tuesday night, doing some mega building in Satisfactory. We're doing some huge builds. We're just getting to the point where we're finishing up our oil. I think we'll get the rest of our oil and, of course, start on our coal, try to get all of our coal as well. And then if we get a bunch of that done, we'll be back on Wednesday for our Fallout 4 Rise of the Tycoon Empire, the ultimate modded playthrough, where we're adding mods that go along with the storyline as we dominate the wasteland. And then on Thursday, we're going to be overriding Thursday for that Starseeker open beta, potentially more Starseeker open beta on Friday. I do have some other things that I do want to play, so we might play a few other things and then play some more Starseeker. Saturday for sure going to be 7 Days to Die with my crew. And then maybe Sunday, if Starseeker open beta is still going, we might do it on Sunday and maybe even Monday. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But very excited to try that Starseeker. Again, that's going to be Thursday, 8 p.m. Pacific time, or it'd be 11 a.m. 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. And whatever time zone you're in, you have to figure out the rest. So there we go. So that's my schedule, everybody. And, of course, you can help the stream by following all these links right here, everybody. If you're over on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button. If you're anywhere else, make sure to hit the follow button. Basically, that's what the subscribe button is over on YouTube. You can also go to twitter.com/KismetBP, hit the follow button there. The more you do that, the more giveaways and other cool stuff I get to do here on the stream. You can also check out discord.gg/Kismet, or you can just click the link, much easier. Also check out kismet.gg, which is my website. I've got a bunch of behind the scenes stuff up there, including all of my equipment, studio equipment, what all my computers are, Kismet, what kind of microphone you have, what kind of computer you have, all that stuff. That's all up there. If you want to know more about my Teamwork Tycoons team that has been running for over 20 years, everybody. One of the longest running gaming guilds in the world, with over 1,000 plus members as well. You can also check out patreon.com/Kismet, the single greatest way to support the Kismet Love Train, everybody. Thanks to all the peeps strolling up over here. And, of course, thanks to all my Patreon supporters down below. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm going to go ahead and roll out of here. But before I do, I'm going to go ahead and give you a whole bunch of KizCabs toward future giveaways. I appreciate each and every one of you. And we'll see you guys tonight, Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is in about 7, 8, 9, 10. So in about 13 or so hours, whatever it is, your local time. For me, it'll be 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you on